Yes, it seems we are ready to start. On behalf of NINTO, New International Order Platform, I will announce our workshop. Honorable chairmen, esteemed ministers and directors, distinguished participants and dear guests, welcome to the virtual meeting of New International Order Platform, organized for seizing the moment to draw valuable insights from the historical event developing behind our eyes. New International Order Platform, in short NINTO, is initiated by Vatan Party of Turkey in order to create a network of parties, academics, institutions, and individuals to take a step forward in building a new, just, sharing, and equality-based international order in a post-hegemonic world. Our workshop today is titled The Construction of a New World in the Context of the Ukrainian Operation led by Russian Federation. It's a privilege and honor to host such a wide range of esteemed, qualified, pioneering speakers and moderators. We have 21 participants from 20 countries today, and we will proceed through 4 consecutive sessions. The first session will be moderated by Professor Dr. Gua Changgang, Director of the Center for Global Studies of Shanghai University, and the first speaker of our workshop will be Chairman of Vatan Party of Turkey, Dr. Doğu Perinçek. His speech will be followed by Russia's former Minister of Development of Far East, Mr. Alexander Galushka, and then Secretary General of the World Association for Political Economy, Professor Ding Xiaoqin. Afterwards, we will listen first Pakistani Senator, Mr. Mushahid Hussain, and then Mr. Ray Ferguson, National Secretary of Australia Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Friendship and Cultural Society. Then we'll get to the next session, which will be moderated by Mr. Hüseyin Erman Sülük, Deputy Head of Vatan Party International Relations Bureau. In the second session, first, Professor Dr. Bessam Abu Abdullah, General Director of Syrian Ba'ath Party Central School, will make his speech. Then we will hear Dr. Zahadullah Zarei from Iran, who is the head of Noor Institute of Strategic Studies. And then Belarusian Professor Dr. Alexei Germant will make a speech. Later on, Chairman of the Afghan National Peace Council, Mr. Daoud Mohammed Abidi, will take the floor and will conclude this session with Professor Dr. Belkacem Iratli, member of Algerian National Committee of Soldiers with the Sahrawi people. The third session will be moderated by Mrs. Akila Çevik from Vatan Party. And in this session, the first speaker will be Professor Dr. Semih Koray, Vice Chairman and Head of International Relations Bureau of Vatan Party. Next, we will listen Professor Dr. Fuat Izadi from Tehran University, Iran, and then advisor to the President of Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, Mr. Hüseyin Macit Yusuf. We'll continue with speeches by Mr. Keith Bennett, co-editor of Friends of Socialist China from England, and as concluding this session, Mr. Chris Matlako, Second Deputy General Secretary of South African Communist Party. Our fourth and last session will be moderated by Professor Dr. Cüneyt Akalan, Executive Committee member of Vatan Party Relations Bureau. In this session, Professor Radhika Desai from Canada, Director at Geopolitical Economy Research Group, will make her speech. Then we'll have Venezuelan former Minister of Environment, Mr. Guillermo Bareste, and from Argentina, Professor Fernando Esteche, Editor-in-Chief of PAYA Global website. We will listen then Dr. Ahmet Shahidov, Head of Azerbaijan Institute for Democracy and Human Rights, and will conclude our workshop with Malian PhD student at People's Friendship University of Russia, Mr. Omar Sidibe. I kindly remind all our speakers, participants that speech shall not exceed 15 minutes. Our timer will help us to keep up with the time. You'll see it on top of the screen. near the time is running out. I wish our workshop to bear many fruitful results. Now I give the floor to Mr. Adnan Akfrat, Deputy Head of Vatan Party International Relations Bureau, for making the opening speech of our workshop. Please.
Mr. Chairman Perinçek, distinguished representatives, comrades, and friends from 6 continents and 20 countries, I greet you all with the commitment to leading the establishment of a new international order. A historical event is taking place on our earth, where the noise of cannons, missiles, bombs, and machine guns cannot be suppressed. The unipolar world, dominated by the USA and NATO, has been overthrown. Together, as developing countries, we are establishing an international order that is more egalitarian, fairer, human-centered, and protects our earth and nature. We all have this strong will for humanity, unless desire is very valuable, but it is not enough. It is necessary to build an organization that fits hard work and aspiration. The great poet of Turkish, Yunus Emre, warns us 700 years ago. When you don't light a fire under it, does it ever boil by itself? In order to achieve this goal, we must work together to ensure that we who adopt the same approach and share the same aspiration develop cooperation and join forces, create international platforms for this purpose, and make the existing platforms more effective for this aim. As International Relations Bureau of Vatan Party of Turkey, we have established the initiative for a new international order for this purpose. The main aim of Vatan Party is to complete the Kemalist revolution, restructure the national state on the basis of independence and people's rule, and form a free, enlightened, modern, and wealthy society. Vatan Party adheres to foreign policy of peaceful cooperation on the basis of respect for equality, independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, not interference, and mutual interest, and follows great revolutionary Atatürk's principle of peace in the country, peace in the world. Vatan Party attaches special importance to cooperation with all the Eurasian countries. Starting already in the 1990s, it has organized several international and national symposia to strengthen solidarity among the Eurasian countries and parties under the name of Workers' Party at that time. The initiative for a new international order, NATO, aims to provide an effective interaction ground for building up a new international order. We have held an international symposium last year on April 17, 2021, that some of you have participated. The current workshop is a preparation work for the second NATO International Symposium, which will be organized in October this year. As we also adhere to the principle of development by sharing, we will continue to share this platform with the participants of NATO Symposium in its aftermath as well, and keep it open to everyone who wishes to contribute to a fair international order. Today's workshop is focusing on recent developments. The Ukrainian operation led by Russia has profoundly affected all global political balances and accelerated the change from a unipolar to a multipolar world. It's rather clear that the Ukrainian conflict will have a long-lasting impact on reshaping the world both politically and economically, thereby creating new opportunities for the construction of a new and fair international order. The awareness of as well as the implementation of such opportunities requires close international cooperation. The workshop aims to analyze the current circumstances with a focus on how they will influence the future of the oppressed and developing world in the longer run. Some questions that will be taken up to the workshop, not excluding others that you may wish to deal with, can be summarized as follows. What is the rationale behind the expansion of NATO towards the east? What countries are being threatened by NATO? Does the Ukrainian crisis reflect a conflict between Russia and Ukraine only? Can the Ukrainian operation led by Russia be regarded as a sign that the initiative has changed hands from the Atlantic system led by the US to the developing world struggling against unipolar hegemony? What kind of consequences are to be expected to result from the sanctions imposed by the US and the European Union in terms of international cooperation among developing countries in the economic, financial, and political spheres? The working language of the workshop is English. To partially avoid the restrictions imposed by the language requirement upon participation, we also make the option of the English translation of presentation in different language being read on behalf of the presenter during the workshop available. We wish you a successful workshop. We will learn from each other. Please let us keep in close contact with our best regards. Thank you. Professor Go Changan, now it's your turn.
Okay. Mahba. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. First, I think I should give my deep thanks to Ms. Adnan Akfurat for the invitation. It's really, I really appreciate the opportunity to participate in this very, very important event. So for the first session, we have total six speakers. Our first speaker is our chairman of Vatan Party, Dr. Du Perinchek, a friend to Chinese people. So first, please, Dr. Du Perinchek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dear Chairman, dear friends, Russia's Ukraine operation is historical importance. This operation makes a very important contribution to the establishment of the new humanity-oriented world from the view of armed struggle. Russia said stop just in time to NATO's expansion to the east. If this operation had not been carried out at this moment, it will have been too late, because NATO's settlement in Ukraine will bring the nuclear threat of the US targeting Russia to the Russian border. The consequences of that will be severe for Russia, for our region, and obviously for Turkey. With this operation, Russia struck an effective blow to the US threat on a world scale. The anti-war, pseudo-peaceful, so-called humanitarian rhetoric launched in all wars has come up again. The warlords of the Pentagon, the bloody commanders of NATO, and the bankers of New York and London are shedding crocodile tears for children and the elderly in Ukraine. The war is being cursed, and thus the imperialist war provoked by the USA is being covered up. Mercy is used as an instrument to clean the blood on the hands of oppressors. Looking at human history, we see that every peace is provided by weapon. It is the weapon that brings peace, protects that as well. The mercy which tolerates the cruelty of imperialism has put the blood shed for the homeland and the bloodshed for imperialism in the same tube. The weapon in the hands of NATO's puppets and the weapon in the hands of those who resist NATO are not the same. The weapon that establishes civilization, makes revolution, liberates the homeland, and resists imperialism has been an indispensable component of every achievement of the name of humanity throughout history. The fronts stretching from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean and the Oman Sea. Currently, a front has been formed from the Black Sea to the Aegean, to the Eastern Mediterranean, Cyprus, the Suez Canal, the north of Syria and Iraq, the Strait of Hormuz, and the Oman Sea. Asian-based human forces are facing the USA and NATO on this front. Efforts to produce singular and local solutions in various areas within this front are unrealistic. The front is the front of humanity against US imperialism. The position of each individual country on this front is the position of all countries. Asian-based powers go hand in hand all over the areas of the front. Ukraine and Greece governments are the instruments thrown into the fight against region countries in Black Sea and Mediterranean by USA and Israel. After Russia's effective operation in the front of the Black Sea, Turkey gained a more secure position on the Eastern Mediterranean front. Ukraine and Greece governments are the instruments thrown into the fight against region countries in Black Sea and Mediterranean by USA and Israel. If we identify the armed struggles against US imperialism on the Black Sea, Mediterranean, Oman Sea front, we will get to know our friends at the forefront of the human front. Syria has been waging a war of liberation against US imperialism and its collaborators since 2010. Russia and Iran support Syria's struggle against the United States with arms. After we, as Vatan Party, had a victory over the US plot and fled the Turkish army from prison in 2014, Turkey broke the US chains and entered a new process. The Turkish armed forces, firstly, is whipping out PKK, which the US calls my ground force. Secondly, crushed NATO's FETÖ military coup with arms. And thirdly, split the US-Israel corridor in northern Syria with arms and struck heavy blows to US-led terrorist organizations. The cooperation of Turkey, Iraq, Iran, Syria, and Russia defeated the US and Israel's attempt to establish the second Israel under the name of Kurdistan with arms in 2017. Atlantic plans in Libya were ruined by the armed intervention of Turkey and Russia. Azerbaijan army liberated Karabakh with the support of Turkey and the contribution of Russia. Thus, the Caucasian plans of the USA were ruined as well. The people of Afghanistan led the armed liberation war against US imperialism to victory. Kazakhstan, Russia, and neighboring states suppressed the color military coup attempt by US imperialism and its pawns in Kazakhstan. And now Russia is repelling the US threat through Ukraine with arms. The USA tried to dominate the world brutally with arms. Now the developing the oppressed countries of the world are overthrowing the imperialist throne of the USA with arms. All these armed struggles make historical contributions to the establishment of the new world and the future of Turkey. Now everyone, friend and the foe, should understand that NATO expanding eastward is NATO advancing to its grave. Western European states that are members of NATO are in a very difficult situation. The USA's adoption of Hitler's famous Drang nach Osten, drive to the east policy put European countries, especially Germany, in a very difficult situation. These countries are facing serious energy problems and the cost of living is rising. The discontent of people in these countries manifests itself. As French President Macron admitted, NATO is brain dead. NATO, which is the organization to keep the so-called allies of the USA under control, is falling apart. NATO generals are in the prisons in Turkey at the moment. The Turkish army and Turkish people crushed the military coup of NATO's Gladio on the night of 16 July 2016 with arms and thus liquidated the armed forces of the USA within Turkey. The recognition of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, which were established in 2014 by Russia, has stopped the expansion of NATO towards the east. The existence of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus performs the same function in the Eastern Mediterranean. Recognition of the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics in the Western Black Sea region, the Republic of Abkhazia in the Eastern Black Sea region, and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus in the Eastern Mediterranean strengthens the front of humanity against US imperialism and thus makes a great contribution to world peace. The states of the world, especially in Asia, are faced with the responsibility of boldly determining the US-based threat and being aware of the confrontation in our region. Those who remain neutral will be eliminated in the challenging process that we are going through. No country should not participate in the sanctions that the Atlantic powers will attempt to impose against Russia. The USA is actually isolating itself by imposing sanctions on 42 countries and stings itself like a scorpion surrounded by fire. In this regard, today's slogan is the following: all the sanctioned countries of the world unite. The new world is being formed an economic, obstacle, and political fronts. On the economic front, the development of Asian economies, especially China, is the locomotive of the world economy. The dollar reign is falling apart. Liberalism slaughtered its brother, humanism, just as Abel killed Cain in the scriptures. Imperialist capitalism has turned into a mafia dictatorship of a handful of global finance gangs over all humanity. The wild system of exploitation and domination alienates humans from production, society, themselves, and even their gender, and destroy the relationship between humans and nature. Humanity is faced with problems that cannot be solved with self-interest, private property, and selfishness. The liberation of humanity depends on public projects and collective ownership on a world scale. On the political front, the Great Eurasian Partnership Manifesto published in Beijing in February 2022 by the presidents of China and Russia before the Ukraine operation declared the front and values on which this country is seeking independence, democracy, prosperity, and peace unite. Russia's Ukraine operation has added a new dimension of the front of armed struggle and has forced the USA to war on multiple fronts. The claim of US imperialism to rule the future of humanity has failed. The Atlantic age lags behind. Humanity is entering the age of Asian civilization. Africa and Latin America from the wings of Asia. A humanist, pro-public, sharing, and peaceable world that guarantees the independence of nation states is on the horizon of humanity. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thanks very much, dear Chairman and Ms. Chairman, Dr. Pernicek. It's really very deep, insighted observation. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is from Russia, the former Minister of Development for the Far East, Mr. Alexander Galushka. We know Mr. Galushka played a very important role in Russia's very important strategy turn to the East. But unfortunately, Mr. Galushka can't be here because of the illness, I think. He recorded a video. Please play the video, I think. Please.
Indeed, if we turn to history, then 30 years ago, our country was integrated into the dollar-centric world financial architecture. And 30 years later, we can evaluate what is happening in Russia and the world economy by the periods. The main trend for all these 30 years is the constant outflow of capital from Russia. According to Bloomberg, from 1994 to 2018, assets worth about $1 trillion were removed from the Russian Federation. The only exceptions were 2 years, 2006 and 2007, when we had a net capital inflow, not an outflow. It is quite obvious that within the framework of the raw material model of the Russian economy, which is, according to all experts, has become obsolete, one cannot count on any inflow of capital to the Russian Federation. It is enough to show that in this regard, for example, in 2014, more than $8 billion from Russia entered the Virgin Islands. This is more than 70 times the size of the economy of these islands. This year, in July, the Central Bank of Russia raised its forecast for capital outflow from our country from $35 billion to $50 billion. Here it can be noted that, on the one hand, we have a total underinvestment in our economy, a huge need for investment resources, and on the other hand, in this most important issue, so to speak, we are dominated by a total, constant, massive, large outflow of capital. It can also be added that this is not only a problem of the Russian developing economy, it is a problem of almost all developing economies on the scale of the world economy. As paradoxical as it may seem, they act in the world economy as a rule as net exporters of capital. If you look at the volume of external debt to the volume of GDP to the volume of the economy, we will see that in developed countries, in those countries that form the core of the world economic system, This ratio is measured by 3-digit percentages, that is 100% or more. And if we look at this ratio in developing countries, this ratio is measured in double-digit percentages, that is 10% or more. In fact, this is a situation where there is a non-equivalent Wallerstein exchange between countries that form the core of the economic system and countries that are the periphery of the world economic system. Considering that the Russian economy is essentially a peripheral resource-based economy in the world economy, this once again emphasizes that from the point of view of the global architecture within the framework of the existing model, we have no chance of capital inflows. At the center of this state of affairs is global profitability scissors. This is due to the fact that developing countries form their reserves on the so-called risk-free assets with low returns. And if you want to attract some funding from abroad, then this is a higher yield than reserves. Think kind of global profitability scissors is one of the serious reasons that in the world economy, this kind of non-equivalent exchange and permanent redistribution of capital from the periphery countries in favor of the core countries has actually existed for decades. Well, this situation, this contradiction, manifests itself most clearly when we look at the size of the economy, at the size of GDP, estimated at purchasing power parity and estimated at the exchange rates. Here, we can see such a telling trend that from 1991 to 2019, the gap in purchasing power parity estimates at the exchange rate in the world economy has increased 6 times from 46 trillion US dollars. And this gap, as a rule, is most pronounced for developing economies, for peripheral economies in the world economy, such as the Russian economy. In addition, Alexei has already mentioned the risks in a situation where politics begins to dominate the economy in the world and trade wars, freezing accounts, limiting settlements, threats to use SWIFT's dollar infrastructure as part of the sanctions imposed by the issuing country of the global reserve currency against various countries, absolutely unexpectedly for these countries, both for countries of Western Europe and for countries of Asia. No matter which countries, everyone has experienced this for themselves in recent years. From the point of view of the theory of the issue for the methodology of the formation of the global financial architecture, in principle, there is nothing new. All this has long been known, but this structural fundamental conflict of interests in a situation where the national currency of one side, no matter which one, I want to emphasize, but it suddenly becomes a reserve currency in the world. This conflict and structural contradiction has long been described more than 50 years ago in world economic thought under called Triffin's paradoxes. They state this permanent structural, imperishable, actually insoluble conflict of interests because a particular country has the interests of its monetary national policy. If the currency of this country is a reserve, other interests and needs of the world economy must be applied to it. From the point of view of world economic thought too, there is an alternative. Not only a statement of this problem, but also an alternative. The alternative was also formulated at the beginning of the 20th century by an outstanding domestic economist, Tugan Baranovsky. These ideas are reflected in the views of one of the world's leading economists, John Keynes, who at the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944 proposes not to use the US dollar as a world reserve currency, but proposes to create an international payment union and a special supranational non-cash currency, banker. In terms of practice, the implementation of this kind of ideas was a very large successful practice in Eastern European countries from 1964 to 1990. This is the creation of a special non-cash currency for servicing foreign economic relations, a transferable ruble. Moreover, this transferable ruble was used not only in the framework of the foreign economic relations of the countries of Eastern Europe, where at that time the planned economy prevailed, but also in the foreign economic relations of these countries with the market economies of other countries, for example, with Finland, Mexico, Iraq. All these worked in Western Europe 15 years later than in the countries of Eastern Europe, a rich, understandable, wide, large-scale practice of creating such a non-cash supranational currency of the ECU was also formed since 1979. This supranational currency then transformed into euro, and an even higher degree of monetary integration of the countries of the European Union. Since 1969, the already mentioned International Monetary Fund has been imitating the so-called special drawing rights, also special non-cash supranational money. As you and I know, just recently the issue of these special drawing rights has been multiplied by the International Monetary Fund and at the level of symptoms of what is happening in the world economy. It is quite obvious that this is a reaction to all these problems that accumulate from year to year, from decade to decade, and they are escalating especially strongly now. And in many respects, it is connected with this, that suddenly the volume of this supranational currency in the world economy has briefly increased, and the International Monetary Fund has carried out a new issue of special drawing rights. If you look at the opinion of the leaders of national banks around the world, it is very interesting that the vast majority of the leaders of the central banks of the world say that this global financial architecture has exhausted itself. And we must abandon the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. Many statements can be made, but when we hear this from the chairman of the Bank of England, who says that the dollar has exhausted itself as a world reserve currency, and it is necessary to move on to other decisions, and from the chairman of the People's Bank of China, who says the same thing. Well, maybe, of course, not all the chairmen of the central banks have expressed their opinion on this matter. But we have not heard this from our chairman of central banks yet. Well, the Bank of England and the People's Bank of China think so. Probably not by chance. And understanding the first state of affairs, the diagnosis, the second, the theory and practice of other solutions, the third, the increasing relevance of the implementation of other solutions, it is very important that we are talking about this today in our session. It is better to do this in advance and proactively, and not when it will be too late. And here, also referring to the theory of the issue to the best practices for solving this issue, the following strategic steps of the algorithm for building a new financial architecture suggest themselves. When we look at the balance of Russia's trade with a number of countries today, the countries of the Eurasian Union, China, India, many European countries, it becomes quite obvious that the volume of what we supplied there and what they supplied to us is quite large and coincident. So why do we predominantly use the US dollar or other foreign currency and do not use clearing? Here, World Economic Thought, World Economic Practice has developed this tool, this clearing institution that provides settlements without using the currencies of third countries. And it is reasonable to switch to two-way clearing at the beginning and the two-way clearing settlements with those countries with which you have a large volume of trade. Moreover, modern digital financial technologies make it even easier. Today, this is much easier to do than, for example, when the massive system of clearing international settlements proliferated after the Second World War. Now it is even easier, and this is the first step, from which the next logical step follows. In addition to bilateral clearing, it is possible to form international clearing settlements. They can be formed on the basis of such platforms as the Eurasian Union, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the International Clearing Union, which would solve this problem. The logical, natural, organic next step in this construction of the financial architecture is the transition to the payment union, from clearing to payment union, with the formation on the basis of the richest practice. Understandable theory, a supranational currency that provides international trade, international settlements, international and foreign economic relations. I want to emphasize that there is nothing particularly new here. Once again, I emphasize that modern technology has simplified this even more. And what is needed, perhaps, is a clear assessment of the problem, an accurate diagnosis, and the priority of the strategic over the tactical. When this is the case, this path becomes quite obvious. Yes, it will require work, it will require effort, but here we are, not even reinventing the wheel. And the last thing I wanted to say is that it is very important in this situation not to fall from one currency fire into another currency fire. When we replace the national currency of one side, which is now used as a reserve, with the national currency of another country, which will again become a reserve, they won't go anywhere. Neither the Triffin paradox, which I spoke about, nor all the problems associated with a constant structural permanent conflict of interests. And yet, I mean that human civilization never loses its ability to creative development. On the scale of civilization, not much time has passed. These are just ideas that were born and implemented 100 years ago. There are successful practices. We need to understand all this in principle and move, as it seems to us, within the framework of such a clearing, effective, reasonable strategy. Thank you.
Okay, I think I should give thanks to Mr. Yunus Emre Özgan. Thanks for your translation. Really, I think this is a very important topic. Talk about the hegemony of dollars, global financial stability. So it's really a very important topics. Thanks again for Mr. Yunus Emre Özgan. Our next speaker is
Professor Guo. Sorry to interrupt. There is another video recorded for this workshop specifically. It's a short video and it will be broadcasted also, and our friend translated also. Just a short 2 minutes video. It will be broadcasted.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. So welcome.
Dear friends, exactly 9 months have passed since the performance you just listened to. During this time, the need for de-dollarization of the world economy has increased even more. In February of this year, the US imposed unprecedented sanctions and froze Russia's sovereign reserves. In fact, the US dollar has been turned into a weapon. The world's reserve currency has been militarized. And the main conclusion is that this currency can no longer be considered in the world as a risk-free asset, as a risk-free provision of reserves. This calls for even greater strategic and historical creativity from nations concerned with true prosperity, sustainable development, and true sovereignty in building a new global financial system that eliminates the parasitism of any one country in the future and builds fair, inclusive relationships which serve the prosperity and well-being of the peoples of all countries of the world. I hope that our discussion today, an open, professional exchange of views, will make a great contribution to the creation of this new, truly fair, scientifically based, and efficient global financial system. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thanks again. Talking about the stable financial systems, that reminds me of Organization for Turkic States. Also try to pursue a stable financial system. I think this is a very good strategy to fight against the hegemony of US dollar. So our next speaker is Professor Ding Xiaoqing from China. Professor Ding is a Secretary General of World Association for Political Economy. And Professor Ding is also professor from Shanghai University of Financial and Economics. Please, Professor Ding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Guo. Can I share my screen?
Sure, please.
I think it's the host disabled my screen sharing. So can the host enable my screen sharing?
Maybe you use Tencent, not Zoom. Zoom is maybe have some technical problems for screen sharing.
Hold on.
I think you can find the button. You can find the button from the bottom of the screen. That's the screen sharing.
Okay. Hold on, please.
Just at the bottom of the screen, you can find the button for screen sharing.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, please.
Thanks for the invitation. I'm very honored to talk at this seminar, and I think I have learned a lot from the previous speech. So the topic of my talk is rebuild a new international order out of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. So the Russia-Ukraine conflict has lasted for over 2 months and caused a great loss to both sides and to the global economy. According to the National Institute of the Economic and Social Research, the conflict in Ukraine could reduce the level of global GDP by 1% by 2023, which is about $1 trillion of global GDP, and add up to 3% to global inflation in 2022, and about 2% in 2023. But different countries have responded differently to this conflict. Developed capitalist countries led by the United States imposed unprecedentedly harsh sanctions against Russia. The sanctions costs to Russia are partly offset by the higher prices for gas and oil exports, but the net effects on the economy will be negative, with Russian GDP expected to contract by 1.5% this year and more than 2.5% by the end of 2023. But it's hard for the West to urge Russia to come to a compromise through the sanctions, since Russia has taken precautions since 2014, which includes the technological substitution, de-dollarization, and the internal circulation. And the conflict has come to stalemate in Ukraine, and the Western countries are providing Ukraine with weapons aiming at depleting Russia's national power and the international position. On the contrary, China has always been emphasized the respect of the national sovereignty and the territorial integrity, insisting on the purpose and principles of the United Nations Charter, and has been calling for more dialogue between different parties to bring about peace. There are a lot of research on the reasons of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but one thing is certain, that is the fundamental reason lies in the new imperialist strategy of the United States. There are a lot of, the core reason is the eastward expansion of NATO in Europe. And there are two logics with this new imperialism led by the United States. One is the territorial logic, the other is the capital logic. As what Hartford Mackinder once said, who rules East Europe commands the heartland. Who rules the heartland commands the world island. And who rules the world island commands the world. Seduced by NATO's propaganda, Zelensky has unrealistic illusion on NATO and applies to join NATO, while US is to regain the control over Europe forever. After Russia's entry into Ukraine, the West chose to stand aside. And Zelensky has been complaining that the West had absolutely given up Ukraine. According to the report on the Times, the United Kingdom issued only 500 visas to Ukrainian refugees till early April, and the United States only accepted 12 refugees in March. So what we can learn from the Russia-Ukraine conflict? The United States, firstly, the United States is the biggest obstacle to the world peace. After the disintegration of the bipolar structure, the global situation has not completely recovered from the threat of the war brought about by the long-term arms race as expected by the people of all countries in the world. And the United States, without the Soviet Union's checks and balances, is more reckless to create and incite wars all over the world. The United States is the biggest beneficiary out of the domino effects caused by the Russia-Ukraine conflict. First of all, the conflict is a lose-lose, and the national power consumption is huge for both Russia and Ukraine. Europe is the most affected region, having to face an energy crisis caused by Russia's countermeasures due to sanctions against Russia. And not only that, the massive influx of refugees from Ukraine has also brought enormous economic and social challenges to European countries. So which allows the United States to strengthen its control over Europe. And the United States can also get huge economic benefits from it. So we can see the old international political and economic order dominated by the United States is the biggest obstacle to the development of the developing countries. Under the old international political and economic order, developed countries such as the United States are the rule makers. In the global industrial division, the United States and other developed countries occupy the upper reaches of the global value chain. And the vast number of the developing countries can only rely on developed countries for development. As a global hegemon, the United States cannot give developing countries the opportunity to prosper, nor allow any country to challenge its status. For example, in the 1970s and 1980s, when Japanese economy developed rapidly, the United States forced Japan to sign the Plaza Accord. And when China's economy continued to develop and became the second largest in the world, the United States turned to China and launched a trade war against China. Under this old order, Ukraine has limited opportunities for development, and the problem it faces is essentially a development problem. As we can see from the figure below, Ukraine's economic growth has been stagnant, and many domestic problems have not been solved for a long time. So if Ukraine wants to turn to the West, turn to the United States economically, it is also vulnerable to be deceived by the West, both militarily and diplomatically. So in this sense, the developing countries need to unite to build a new world order. From the above analysis, we can see that the United States is trying to instigate this conflict, weaken the opposition, and strengthen the old order dominated by itself. Under such circumstances, the need for the alliance of the developing countries becomes even more prominent. Only when the developing countries, including China, unite, can they build up a strong enough force to resist the resurging of imperialism. Under the Russia-Ukraine topic on Twitter, we can see that the netizens in most emerging countries have chosen to support Russia, such as India, Indonesia, Brazil, etc. Also, under the old international order, the developing countries can only rely on the development of the global market established by developed countries, and the power to formulate rules rests in the hands of the developed countries, which makes the ordinary citizens of developing countries feel a strong sense of injustice and deprivation. So finally, China is an important force against hegemonism and an active advocate of the new international order. Over the past few decades, China has rapidly developed its economy with its unique development model and has become the world's second largest economy. The successful experience of China's modernization drive includes the leadership of the party, adherence to the economic construction as the center, adherence to the social system, the national system of independent innovation, and the role of the market and the government, which can provide valuable experience and a reference for the developing countries. China has always attached importance to the relations with developing countries. As early as 1974, Mao Zedong proposed the concept of the three worlds. China, like many developing countries, suffers from the old international order dominated by the United States. Now that Europe is affected by the conflict, its economic development will encounter considerable resistance. So China is likely to become the second largest economic sector in the world in the near future. The direct result is that the importance of the Sino-US relations is further highlighted. The United States is also worried about that China's further development will threaten its global dominance. Since the Obama administration announced the Asia-Pacific rebalancing strategy, it has been taking various measures to contain China's development. The China threat theory is exaggerated by means such as Thucydides' trap. However, China's peaceful development model has not threatened any country. Instead, it has actively assumed its responsibilities as a major power and opposed hegemonism in a clear-cut way. China has always been striving to build a new international order. The idea of a community with a shared future for mankind proposed by Xi Jinping reflects the aspirations of most countries and people. In recent years, China has proposed the Belt and Road Initiative and initiated the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank and actively strengthened solidarity and cooperation between the developing countries. So the world has been suffering from the United States for a long time. We are all eager to break the old order, riddled with inequalities among nations, and build up a new international order that truly allows all nations to develop equitably. In 1848, in the manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx uttered the solemn slogan, workers of the world unite. So today we should say, developing countries of the world unite. Thank you. So any comments are welcome.
Okay, thanks for Professor Ding. Thanks for Professor Ding for sharing with us the mainstream ideas about mainstream ideas about in China about Russia-Ukraine conflict. I think. Thanks again for Professor Ding. Our next speaker, as planned, is from Pakistan, but unfortunately, he can't make it this time. Let's invite the speaker from, say, our next speaker, Muhammad Abadi, chairman for Afghan National Peace Council. Let's invite Professor. Say Mr. Muhammad Abadi. So, Mr. Muhammad Abadi,
Yes, all praises are to Allah and His Messenger and the tradition of Islamic culture. I say Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon all of you, the participants, which I appreciate, and thank you for having me. I'm thankful to the invitation of Vatan Party and all the distinguished and honorable guests. Since the war in Afghanistan in 1979, that was almost a global conflict started in the Cold War. It took a lot for the world to bear. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the Russian Federation got busy in curing the wounds from Afghanistan defeat. This gave an opportunity to China to develop its economy and work for its nation and its benefit. At this moment, the West, especially NATO powers, thinking that they are the superpower and the unilateralism of the world, they started announcing a new world order by George W. Bush, the father. Unfortunately, that was a disastrous situation for the Muslim nations all around the world. As you saw since 2001, all these wars were in the Middle East and Afghanistan, which destroyed many economies, especially underdeveloped and developing countries. Fast forward to 2022, that the NATO aggression ended in Afghanistan with shameful defeat. While these 20 years NATO was busy destroying Islamic countries, it got itself two new enemies, which were very, very stronger than these developed countries. Number one was China. Number two was Russia. Russia had developed new military power and developed its economy. And China, being a second economical power, due to Taiwan situation and all that, the United States wanted to, for whatever reason, to kind of divide China-Russia relationship and make them busy somewhere so the United States and NATO could deal with these two individual countries separately. In order to do that, they kind of propagated for Ukraine to become a member of NATO, while they didn't mean it. From the first day, they didn't want Ukraine to be a part of it because they knew that the Russian power will not allow that, because that will leave Russia accepting NATO to its doorsteps. So they left two choices for Russia. One, to attack Ukraine and get busy and bogged down for years or months with all these economic sanctions that we see, so they could deal with China. Second, to accept NATO and be defeated in the long term. This created an opportunity for the West to face China and the Taiwan Strait, while they say they support one policy, one China policy, but in reality, that is not the case. Therefore, they could have avoided this Ukrainian war by just announcing that we have no plans to have Ukraine be a part of NATO. But they didn't do that. They didn't announce that. In contrary, they sent 2,000 military trainers to Ukraine to further make the case for NATO membership stronger, to show it at least. Therefore, Russian military power had no other choice but to attack and stop the progress or more becoming a part of NATO, stop Ukraine becoming a part of NATO. So they had to attack, and they were afraid that there will be a new Zionist regime right there to their next next door. Therefore, this conflict started. These are the effects of the conflict as I see it. First of all, as we see, the gas prices, transportation, and food prices have increased all over the world, which is disastrous for developing countries. If it has this much effect on developed countries, such as United States itself, imagine what is the effects on the poor countries, which they could not even provide the day's lunch and dinner, while now they have to pay $7 to $8 a liter or a gallon of gas just to transport that food. Therefore, the economic effect of this conflict is far more than Ukraine itself. It has taken all over the world. For example, our brother nation, Turkey, had planned to send some trains of food and medicine and stuff to Afghanistan to help the people who are struggling due to these illegal sanctions, economical sanctions on Afghan government and Afghan people. With the fourth train, they had to stop this humanitarian assistance because the situation in Ukraine needed their attention more than Afghanistan. So they stopped the humanitarian help in Afghanistan and directed all the help to Ukraine. This, for me as an Afghan American, it really bothered me because from one side, the West is punishing us because we defeated them. They expected us to just accept NATO, just like we defeated the Russians, we defeated them, and they expected us to now accept their puppets again in the government so they could do whatever they want to do. On the other hand, the friendly nations that wanted to help Afghans and Afghan people, they had to redirect their sources toward Ukraine, which was a second blow to the Afghans. Therefore, what I see here is the influence and the effect of this war, which nobody knows how long it's going to end, and nobody knows what type of victory this will be. Is it going to be a military victory, or is it going to be a political victory? Obviously, it is not going to be an economical victory because the whole world is suffering. Like my friend, my associate doctor from Shanghai said that the global effect of that might be from 1 to 3% and in year 2003. That is a very big number for world economy, and especially for the governments and nations that are just barely trying to make ends day for a meal, that are eating only in 24 hours, they eat only one time. Therefore, I say that we must understand each other in this conflict, and this conflict must come to an end ASAP in order to help all nations around the world. I would like to speak about Afghanistan in this regard for a couple of minutes. I have 5 minutes left. I like to bring your attention to the conflict in Afghanistan. At this moment, even though 1.5 million, 1.5 million Afghans were killed in the past 20 years of this war. The puppet governments of Afghanistan used to say that 200 or up to 300 person or people were getting killed per day in Afghanistan. If you multiply that by 20 years, it gives you over 1.5 million Afghans. Now they are planning to have another war through Tajikistan. They have based open military and refugee bases in Farkhar, Tajikistan, in order to punish the Afghan people. And another reason for that is because the Chinese people and the Russians have opened their arms toward becoming friendly neighbors to Afghans and assist the Afghan government, Afghan people at this time. So this is another blow to the Western occupation of Afghanistan, which ended on August 30th, 2021. So we are being punished for this situation as well. The changes, the political changes in Pakistan is for this reason, to stop Chinese progress with the Pakistani government, as well as in the neighborhood, which is Afghanistan, a part of it as well. Therefore, my suggestion to the team is that we must work together. We must pay attention to these situations that the developed countries and societies need an assistant hand. Like our Turkish brothers have done marvelous job. They have helped everywhere. We ask more. China is the second economy in the world. We are expecting them to do their friendly neighborhood work with us. And at the same time, obviously, Afghanistan would like to be friends with all its neighbors. We don't want to have any conflicts with them. We love to be a peaceful nation, assisting each other and getting assistance from them. Afghanistan situation is absolutely essential for the world security, as well as the Silk Road, as well as the Lapis Road, as well as the Gwadar port of Pakistan. All of these depend on the security and stabilization of economy in Afghanistan, which I'm sure these distinguished guests will take to their related organizations and possibly to the governments to bring their attention back toward Afghanistan, at least to make sure Afghanistan do not enter another war, another internal war, and also most disastrous economy. I'm going to just put this one question to the distinguished guests, that if the Tajik government assists the opposition and against the Afghan government, what is going to happen if Afghan government start giving refuge to the opposition forces of Tajikistan? Obviously, the conflict will enter Central Asia, which from there will go to East Turkestan, Uyghur, and China will be involved in it. And so will be Turkish government, because there are these northern Central Asian countries have very close connection, like Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan with Turkey, and that will be a disastrous situation for Asian economy, which that is the main target, because today the wealth and the economy belongs to Asia. There is nothing, the West doesn't have nothing to offer to those countries. Who is going to be able to buy a Mercedes in Afghanistan? There is no food. Why would you buy a Mercedes? But you can buy a smaller car, a cheaper car. And Afghanistan has $3 trillion mines that will be stopped, that will be destroyed. So therefore, with all this, I'm thankful to all of you, and I appreciate the time. May God bless all of you, and hopefully that we be able to talk about these topics further in a later time. Once again, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Abedi. Thanks for sharing with us your insighted observation. Our next speaker is from Australia, Ms. Roy Ferguson. Ms. Ferguson is from National Secretary of Australia DPRK Friendship and Cultural Society. Please, Ms. Ferguson. Is Ms. Ferguson ready?
Professor Go, I believe Mr. Ferguson could not enable his audio. Maybe he can hear us, but we can't hear him.
Oh, so he's not
enable, here. Yeah, he needs to enable audio from the down left corner of the Zoom application.
See. So let's skip to the last speaker of this session, Professor Alexander Dugin. Okay. This time, Dr. Professor Alexander Dugin can't show up for this webinar, but he also recorded. Excuse me. Oh, so our next speaker, Professor Iratni. Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Professor Iratni from Nigeria. Algeria. Yeah. Please.
Do you hear me?
Welcome.
Thank you. I would like to share my presentation, if possible. Hello.
Yeah.
نقص
وين
هبط تشوف تلفزيون
هاي وين دي معليش شكرا واحد
نقص
معليش
تفي manipulation.
Mr. Iratni, we can.
I think you can click PowerPoint.
I can hear you.
Yeah, you can click here, PowerPoint, P.
PowerPoint.
Click at the bottom of your screen. At the bottom of your screen, PowerPoint. I think you can share. Click.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You made it.
Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening. It depends on the word setting time. I would like to. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
So I would like to warmly thank the organizers of the symposium for inviting the Algerian National Committee for the solidarity with the Sahrawi people. And my presentation was, in fact, divided into parties, one related to the international dimensions of the Ukraine-Russia war through strategic concerns, through the incidences on the financial mechanism in the world. And the second party was related to...
Excuse me, Professor Iratni. I think you should the wrong... Okay.
Okay. So because of the lack of time, I would like to go straight forward to the main concern with regard the Western Hemisphere and with regard as a citizen of Algeria. So I would like to stress and to focus especially and mainly on Africa's future prospects in the light of the Ukraine-Russia crisis. My first observation is that the United States has started a substantial withdrawal from Africa in order to focus on the Atlantic Pacific region, where American interests are more vital. And this region encompasses nuclear powers such as China, India, Pakistan, and potentially North Korea, as well as it comprises economic giants and economic competitors to United States, namely China, India, Japan, South Africa, and Singapore. Many American companies have withdrawn from the Black continent, from Africa, because of economic recession, the spread of terrorism, and the spread of pandemics. The American trade with Africa has diminished in the last years. So Africa represents less than 1% of the total of US direct investment abroad, and only 1.2% of all American exports in 1980. So this decreasing trend is expected to continue in the future. Another major power that has some influence in Africa is France, and France also is losing ground in its traditional zone of influence. So it's a military intervention in northern Mali, which started since 2013, has not prevented the increase of terrorist threats in the Sahara region, and has not avoided harsh criticism and protests from Malian population and from the new Malian leadership, which has recently, in the last few days, it has announced the revision of defense agreements with France. The economic regional grouping, the ECOWAS, that includes Nigeria, Ghana, and many of French former colonies, is also looking to reduce its financial links with France by replacing the franc CFA. In contrast, what we are observing is that China's trade with Africa has increased, like you see, from $10 billion in 2000 to nearly 200 billion in 2019. Russia's trade with Africa has also grown to 20 billion in 2019. And also Turkey's trade exchanges with sub-Saharan countries has grown from 581 million in 1998 to 6 billion in 2016. Both China and Russia are heavily involved in mining extractions, oil explorations and production, as well as port and transport infrastructures in many African countries. China, of course, has ambitious economic projects in many African countries through the policy of One Belt, One Road, and providing financial assistance at preferential terms to many African countries. China also has set up military facilities based in Djibouti, a country that hosts also US and the French military contingents, and the Chinese troops are monitoring anti-piracy operations in the Horn of Africa and in the Indian Ocean. Turkey also is engaged in preserving political stability and security in Libya, participating in peacekeeping and human assistance programs in sub-Saharan region, and providing financial aid to many African partners. The second part will concern the Algeria's opportunities and challenges in the light of the Ukraine-Russian crisis. Algeria is keeping subtle, balanced policy on the Ukrainian crisis. It abstained from condemning Russian intervention during the vote on the United Nations General Assembly resolution, and voted against a resolution calling for the suspension of Russia. Sorry. So it also voted against a resolution calling for the suspension of Russia from the United Human Rights Council in April 2022. This attitude is a clear response to what Algeria depicted as the double-sided policy observed with regard to military interventions of other foreign powers in Kosovo, for instance, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and Libya, and with regard to the discriminatory treatment of African refugees who tried to flee Ukraine at the beginning of the conflict in this country. So I think that both Russia and China may adopt a more supportive attitude to the right of the Western Sahara people for self-determination within the United Nations Security Council, and increase pressure on Morocco, whose autonomy plan has received the support of Trump administration and lately the head of the Spanish government. And I must mention that the Spanish parliament did not agree with the decision of the Spanish prime minister, which has turned this back to Spain's road to hasten the decolonization of the Western Sahara as a former colonial power. The Western Sahara may become an issue of a new Cold War in Africa with the emergence of Morocco-Israeli axis, which Algeria conceives as detrimental to its national security and to the African unity and solidarity. Algeria and South Africa have succeeded in delaying the adhesion as an observer member of Israel to African Union, an adhesion which was encouraged by Morocco and some pro-Western African countries. Well, in the conclusion, so I think I have been quite brief in my presentation. So in the conclusion, I think if the Ukraine-Russian crisis will continue, Africa may be badly hit by the increase of the prices of food products, essentially wheat and soja beans, and also by the rise of the prices of oil and gas, and as well with regard the scarcity of these energy sources in the future. Such a burden may increase famine in some African countries, which are considered among the poorest countries in the world, like the example of Saharan countries. It may also lead to kind of revolts and unrest in some already fragile economies of some countries in Africa. Africa may be turned into a theater of a new West on one side and Russian East on the other side, kind of confrontation and scramble for raw materials, as Africa is rich in oil and gas, diamonds, iron ore, and as well as for its qualified working force because of the promising human potential, especially the African youth, and with regard the aging population in Europe and especially in northern of Europe. So thank you for listening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks very much, Professor Erotny. Save us for almost 6 minutes. So we can keep it according to the schedule. Really, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Because time is up for our session.
Okay.
According to the program, we should have 6 speakers. Now, I think because of the time, we can keep our 6th speaker, Professor Alexander Dugin's video for the next session. So we should do it this time or the next session?
We can do it right now, Professor Guo.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, let's welcome Professor Alexander Dugin. He can't make it for this webinar, but he recorded a video. Professor Alexander Dugin now is very say his concept, ideas, hugely debated in China. Actually, we think he's an advisor to Putin. Yeah, let's welcome. See, any translation we can't hear.
It's in English. I think there is a problem with the audio right now.
But no voice. We can't hear.
And that was the meaning of
no.
The Russia in this special military operation creates the conditions for multipolar world order. That means the end of Western hegemony. This hegemony was based on the self-declared right of the liberal Western so-called democracies to define who is wrong and who is right on the global scale. And that was the meaning of unipolarity. So when, for example, United States have decided to invade Iraq or Afghanistan or introduce their troops in Syria, supporting anti-Assad jihadists, they, in the conditions of the unipolarity, they could permit everything what they want without
maybe because of a
taking
signal,
in consideration the position of
the
others.
internet signal.
But real sovereignty is precisely to decide where and when to intervene on the sovereign level. So Russia behaves now as a totally sovereign country and fighting against Russia-phobic regime in Ukraine created by the Western globalists in order to provoke Russia, in order to destabilize Russia, in order to attack Russia. So this was stopped by preventive intervention of Russian military forces in Ukraine. So Russia has opened new era. That is not the era of the return to the bipolar world order, because Russia is not capable today to afford it, because Russia could not be the one of the two existing poles as was in the Cold War period. Now Russia is fighting for its own sovereign interests, but as well letting the other pole to appear. And that is perfectly understood by China. That is the other almost complete, perfect pole of this multipolar system. For now, we have three-polar world system with West, Russia, and China. But that is not the end of the process. With this special military operation, and after the victory of Russia, inevitable victory of Russia, all other civilizations, all other cultures, including Muslim world, will receive the gift of the multipolarity, because in the presence of the two established poles, Russian and Chinese, the other countries, other civilizations can use this opportunity to affirm their own sovereignty. That concerns, first of all, India, who observed the situation with great attention, not accepting, not supporting the politic of sanctions against Russia. The same, I think, will be the opportunity open in front of the Islamic world. And I think Iran understands that very well, and Turkey will understand this example of how to build multipolar world. I agree. There are human suffering, civilians suffering from this conflict, refugees, and other victims of this military confrontation. I agree that is very, very bad situation. But at the end of the day, we will have a kind of best solution of the world order based on the multipolar and democratic balance of the power. So I think that today Russia is fighting not only for our national interest, but as well for the new world order where multipolarity will be the main law. So I think that I don't think that today we can be really profoundly understood, but tomorrow everybody will use this opportunity and participate in the creation of totally new architecture of the global politics.
Oh, that's all. Thank you. I think because of technical problems, we overtimed for almost eight minutes. Again, thanks for our 6 speakers to share with us their ideas, observations. Now let's move to second session to our moderator, Mr. Hussein Suluk.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Gorchankov. I'm starting the second session. The first speaker of our session is a representative from Syria, a country that has shown the most powerful resistance to the aggression of the collective West and is currently getting victories in the name of the territorial integrity and independence. General Director of Syrian Ba'ath Party Central School, Professor Bassem Abu Abdullah. It's your turn to speak. So, yes. Professor, could you turn on your microphone, please? No, we don't hear you. Yes, now you turn on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you for the Vatan Party and the Bureau of Foreign Relations for organizing this opportunity. I will talk about something maybe very important, but for the Middle East is more important. I will talk about the Israeli role in Ukraine and some lessons for the future. What is the relationship between the Israeli role in Ukraine and the national security of Russia and the role of Jewish oligarch sometimes in Ukraine, in Russia, and the relationship between this oligarch and the United States? First of all, my speech is not relevant to any kind of anti-Semitism, as some will understand, or some people, they will understand that, absolutely. First of all, I will mention different points. First of all, that this is that first time when Israel is engaging against the Russian interests in general. In August 2008, in first contact between the NATO alliance and Russia, many reports revealed that the Israeli role was directly in supporting at that time the Georgian President Mikhail Saakashvili against Russia through selling weapons and through security agencies and through the role of Mossad in Georgia. The second point that I should mention that the role of Zionism in is very dangerous against the national security of Russia and its interest and its economic role and its a new role in the international relations. I should mention here the role, the destructive role of the Jewish oligarch during the Yeltsin presidency. Through destroying the patriotic spirit of the Russians, the basis of its economy, and through destroying the role of Russia in general. And I think when President Putin came to the power, he was one of the main targets of him is to combating this increasing role inside Russia. I should mention here some names: Khodorkovsky, Chupais, Kuczynski, Berezovsky, etc. In 2014, after the COP against the President Yanukovych, in which the United States participated directly in this COP through Victoria Nuland, John McCain, and others, after the election of President Poroshenko, they started in an extensive purification process against the any kind of Russian existence in the Ukraine establishment, governmental establishment. Besides some kind of assassination against Russian origin, we can mention here that the Ukrainian government at that time created many laws against the Russian culture, against the history between the Russian and Ukrainian in the Second World War. And in April 2019, as a part of the campaign against Moscow and hostility against Moscow, President Vladimir Zelensky, who is a Jewish and who has a Israeli nationality, he gets a support from the Jewish oligarch Igor Kolomoisky. After that, President Zelensky, he appointed a Prime Minister Vladimir Groisman. At the same time, he is Jewish, and he appointed 4 ministers Jewish in his government. Something strange happening here. Zelensky, he is the first Jewish who headed a state except Israel, and who get a first visit from Netanyahu at that time after 2 months of his election. Then the Israeli president visited Ukraine in October 2021 after his election directly. The target of that visit is to concentrate on the Ukrainian Jewish, how to transfer them to Palestine. The sixth point that we should mention that Zelensky is playing the same role which the Russian Jewish oligarch played in the 19th of the past century, when he surrounded himself with a special Nazi movements, and he surrounded himself with the special forces from Israel, either to protect him, and either now we can find that the Jewish oligarchs, they are controlling the internal and foreign threats in Ukraine. I should mention here that the Minister of Defense in Ukraine, Alexei Reznikov, he visited Israel in January 2021. There are many things I can mention about the Israeli role against Russia in Ukraine. The last movements, it's voting against Russia in the General Assembly of United Nations, the voting against Russia in the Human Rights Council, United Nations, the campaign against Russia in the Israeli newspapers, and the last one is the declaration of the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Israel, Yair Lapid, who claimed that there is a genocide crimes in Bucha and other places. And either Israel trying to compete Russia in the gas pipeline through the East Med project. The next point that I think the declaration of Mr. Sergei Lavrov about the origin of Hitler was depending on the Western scientific research and the response from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia against the declaration of some Israeli officials. I should here mention different points. First of all, we should understand that Israel is the legal son of the British and American imperialism, and we we should understand that Israel will not stay against the American and British interests against Moscow. This is very important views. I understand that Russia knows that there is influences for the Jewish oligarchs in the international monetary system, and they have their interest and influence in the West, general in Washington and in Europe. But I think that the Russians should take into consideration that Israel will not stay with Russia. The next point, which is very important for all of us, that the Nazism and discrimination practices in Ukraine, it doesn't mean that if you are Jewish, you cannot be Nazist, because the Israeli practices against Palestinians, it's similar to what's going on in Ukraine. Besides that, we have a Nazi Muslims like ISIS, like Al-Nusra, and we have Christian Nazi. We can find that in many organizations in the United States. Because of that, when we are calling Zelensky or other that they are Nazi, it doesn't mean that if they are Jewish, they can be under protection from any attack or any accusation. The last points which I should mention, that we should stay in general as intellectual, as activists with Russia, because this is not a war between two states. This is transformation war in international relations. Why Syria is staying with Russia? Because Syria was against unipolar system since 2003, when President Assad stayed against the conditions of Colin Powell after the occupation of Iraq, because Russia stayed besides a Syrian people in combating terrorism, not only militarily, but diplomatically, economically, and in humanitarian aspect. There are mutual values between us, Syria, Russia, and all free people in the in the world for a new world order. The hypocrisy of the West is now very clear concerning what they call the values of democracy and human rights. And we could see that Russia, under more than 6,000 sanctions against Russia, and not only economically, politically, but against culture, against sport, against everything. It's a Russophobia more than sanctions, or it's or using instruments in this war. The transformation which is Russia leading through its military or special military operation in Ukraine, I think should get support from China, Iran, Syria, and other states in the world. It's depending on the conditions of every state, absolutely. But generally, we can see that the world is under a peak transformation. Still in information in the media, not yet, but politically and our understanding what's going on is better than before. And this is our role as intellectuals to explain to our people everywhere what's going on. And one of the implications of what's going on in Ukraine, that the Israeli occupation to Golan Heights and returning to the basic human rights for Palestinian people after 70 years of discrimination and apartheid, and this apartheid should be finished. Because of that, all of us, we should stay and say no to Israeli practice against Palestinian, and we should revealed the Israeli role in Ukraine and in many places in the world. The last point, which I should mention, that that United States is ready to fire everything behind it because it sees that there is a real transformation in international world order. The second point, we should not believe that the West is looking for democracy or human rights and freedom in other states. They are looking for its interests. The next point, all societies, free people in the world should stay with Russia because it's in our interest to protect our values, our traditions, our religions, our societies from the hegemony of the American globalization in the world. I know that the war now, it's not ideological one, but it includes mutual values between many nations and many states. We should declare our support to Russia, to President Putin, because the victory of Russia, it's a victory for all human values and for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. It's important to get detailed information from you about the destructive role of Israel, not only in Middle East, but also in the post-Soviet area. Thank you.
I have one.
The second speaker of our session is a representative from Iran, a country that proved to the whole world that thanks to the unity of its people and
your voice.
Do you hear me? The second speaker of our session is a representative from Iran, a country that proved to the whole world that thanks to the unity of its people and anti-imperialist discourse, it is possible to resist sanctions and various provocations of the world hegemon power for quite a long period. Head of the Noor Institute of Strategic Studies, Dr. Sadullah Zaria, it's your turn to speak. Please. Dr. Zaria, do you hear us? So I suppose some technical problems here. So we get into our third speaker from Belarus. Everybody knows that this country successfully suppressed all color revolution in past 20 years.
Excuse me, Dr. Sadullah Zarai is on the microphone now. He can speak.
Please, Mr. Zarai. Can you turn on your microphone, Mr. Zarai? We cannot hear you.
صدا برقرار شد.
Yes, now we hear you. Please continue.
متشکرم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. من تشکر میکنم از دوستان عزیز، رئیس محترم این وبینار و محققین ارجمندی که در این گفتگو حضور پیدا کردن. بند عرایضم را در 6 محور خدمت شما عرض میکنم در خصوص موضوع مورد بحث که در واقع تحولات نظام جهانی و تأثیر بحران اوکراین بر این تحولات است. مطلب اول این هست که ما در واقع میتونیم با قاطعیت بگیم که بحران اوکراین یکی از مهمترین نشانه‌های تغییر در نظام بین الملل هست. یعنی ما در این جنگ مشاهده میکنیم که تقریبا نظم
So, Mr. Zarai, we are supposed to some translations on English from you.
Excuse me.
I get the information that you have some translation on English of your speech. Mr. Akrat.
It should have been told that the working language is English, but maybe Mr. Orçun Göktürk could inform.
No, English.
Mr. Yakup Aslan is going to translate Mr. Sadullah Zarai's speech. We are waiting to Yakup Aslan.
Then we can move on to next speaker, Mr. Zermant, to solve the translation problem.
Okay, so we will wait for Yakup Aslan for translation on English. I want to give a word to philosopher Dr. Alexei Dermont. It's your turn, please.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues and comrades, for the invitation to such an interesting conference. It was really interesting indeed to listen all these wise and very deep reports. But what concerns the position of Belarus in this conflict, and in general the position of our country in conflict practically between West and East, I would say between the collective West and the collective East. And of course, it's a global situation. I would compare the special war operation of Russia in Ukraine with maybe such historical events like October Revolution in Russia in 1917, when all architecture of the world was changed. And of course, we are at the beginning of this process of global change and of passing out of global Western power. and the such angry reaction of the West against Russia is have a reason, the only reason. The West very afraid to be defeated in this struggle, and that after the 500 years dominance of the West on the global world, that after that different countries, different poles like China, like Russia, like Muslim world will become a new era in the world history. But what is more dangerous for me, for example, is that all these so-called human values, all human values, which were proclaimed by the West some years ago, I mean human rights, I mean humanist tradition, that Europe and the West, they destroy it, all of it, by themselves, by their own hands, because we can see numerous examples of it. For example, the treatment against refugees on Belarusian-Polish borders. We know all these horrible crimes of Polish soldiers against people from Syria, from Iraq, from Muslim people. And the West, Brussels, European Union, they even didn't want to investigate these crimes. They just don't care about it because they think that all these people from the East, they are just not human beings. It's just don't care about them. And of course, it's not the only fact. We know that now in European Union dominates so-called ideology of postmodernism. I mean destruction of all traditional values, of ethnic identity, of religious identity. They want to build humanity on unhuman rules, even on satanic rules. And I can quote Ramzan Kadyrov, Chechen leader, that Russia in Ukraine provides not only denazification and demilitarization, but de-shaitanization. I mean, they Chechen warriors, they are in struggle with this satanic worldview. And that's why we are representatives of countries of collective East. We should stand for real human values. I mean, values based on religious identity, on ethnic identity, on national identity, on strong national states, but not only on a global oligarchy. And that's why, of course, it's a very long struggle, but Russia started it. And I think Russia and its allies like Belarus, we will win in its struggle. And of course, we want to unite all these countries, all nations, which understand that situation is very essential. It's compared with the greatest historical events in the past. And of course, we want more fair world. We want more safety world. Also, I can mention one example. Some years ago, there was a very hot conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And NATO, European Union, they in fact didn't want to resolve it. But after 4 sides decided to resolve it, I mean Russia, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia, and we saw the real progress in this situation. And the main thought, which we can make after that in Eurasia, only Eurasian countries should decide all these problems in cooperation, in negotiations, but it's possible. All these difficult problems can be resolved by our goodwill and this crisis in Karabakh, it's a good example of it. But if we if West takes parts in this, we see that problems are continuing. And of course, if we are talking about the position of Republic of Belarus, from the beginning of this conflict in 2014, our country decided to help and Ukraine and in Russia just to keep peace and try to organize a peaceful decision of this conflict. And that's why in Minsk, so-called Minsk Treaty, Minsk negotiations took part. But if Russia wanted the resolution of this conflict, Western side, even France, even Germany, they did not provided active position. They just tried Ukraine to organize military decision of this conflict. And that's why, of course, Russia have no any different way except to begin a special military operation. And what is more dangerous, this is facts about organizing from the side of United States and Britain very dangerous experiments. I mean, experiments with biological weapon and nuclear weapon. And it was one of the reasons for Russia just to begin this special military operation. And when we look at the geographical map with these biological laboratories in the world, we saw very interesting picture. They are organized near borders of Russia and China. And of course, these attempts to say that China is involved in this coronavirus experiments, I think it's a lie just to hide their own experiments with biological weapon with very dangerous viruses. And they also want to experiment with genetically oriented viruses. It's very dangerous, in fact. And Russia now have all these facts from territories freed from Ukrainian forces. And we should remember about it, because in anti-human West, practically now anti-human West, Western elites, Western politicians, they now trying to organize world hierarchy organized world with their own dominance, and they can use new weapon, biological or chemical, against those who disagreed with them. And of course, it's very dangerous that such countries like Ukraine or different countries which are under dominance of United States and NATO, they can be used as laboratories when West organizes experiments against their opponents and their enemies. And that's why now in the collective East, we should organize maybe alternative model, alternative system of control under biological and chemical weapon, because those global organizations, they didn't work in practice. We have no see any resolutions, any decisions which are trying to stop experiments of the West, for example, in Ukraine, in Georgia, or in different countries. And of course, we should think about different system, different architecture of security in the world, because we cannot trust West. We cannot trust their ideology, their so-called careness of human rights and about human values, because they destroyed all these systems, all these values by their own hands. And the only possibility for humanity to save humanism, real human values, it's the way of to be united in this struggle, in the struggle for the common destiny of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diamond. So thanks everyone. We are finishing the second session. I give the floor to the moderator of the third session, Mrs. Akilachevik, please.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, Mrs. Chair.
Okay. My name is Akile Çevik. I am from Turkey, Vatan Party, one province representative. I'm going to be together with you during the third session. And we would like to, as a Vatan Party, we would like to thank to all speakers. Professor Dr. Semih Koray, Chairman of International Relations Bureau of Vatan Party. Yes, sir. Mr. Koray.
Yeah, thanks, Mrs. Akilachevik. The title of my talk is the same as the title of the workshop. It's the construction of a new world in the context of Russia's Ukrainian operation. Russia's Ukrainian operation forms a breaking point in constructing a new world. The main aim of the operation is to prevent Ukraine from being turned into a military base of NATO. The expansion of NATO to the east is not only a severe threat to Russia's, but also to the entire continent's security, including China, Turkey, Iran, Syria, and other countries in the region. In fact, such an expansion would threaten the common fate of the entire humanity by endowing the Atlantic system led by the US with an armed base that can be used to prevent the construction of the new world, which is mainly taking shape in Asia. Armed threats can only be countered by armed means. Thus, Russia's Ukrainian operation is an event that takes place in the forefront of the fight of humanity against imperialist hegemony. Today, the struggle against imperialist hegemony is on a rise, while the US-led Atlantic system is declining. The efforts of the US are confined to slowing down its own decline and delaying the development of an alternative world by trying to revive the Atlantic system. This fact is also recognizable in USA's stance concerning Ukraine, which is not its first best, but only reflects its second best response to Russia's move. Not having been able to deter Russia from the operation it started, US is trying to turn the event into a war of attrition for Russia by sacrificing the Ukrainian people, by taking advantage of the existence of a quote-unquote head of state in Ukraine who is only interested to put on stage what is dictated to him by the US. Historically, declining social systems lose the power of doing and turn sheerly into a power of destruction. Today, The Atlantic system still owns a big distraction power, but has become devoid of the ability of establishing an even relatively stable system under its domination. The deeds, or rather the misdeeds, of the US and NATO within the last 30 years witness this fact. USA was able to use NATO in its aggressions against Serbia to fragment Yugoslavia, against Afghanistan in an attempt to create a foothold for itself at the heart of Asia, and against Libya to destabilize and fragment it. The aggressions against Iraq and Syria were carried out by the so-called coalition forces. The lessons of the NATO aggression against Serbia are not and should never be forgotten. The victory that Afghanistan won against NATO and the shameful withdrawal of the US forces from Afghanistan have shown the whole world that USA is the least trustable ally in the world. Syria resisted and continues to resist heroically against the attempts to fragment the country. The Atlantic system was not able to establish a stable system under its domination in either Iraq or Libya. In fact, it was this disability of USA which put an end to the so-called Great Middle East Project. What happens in Ukraine today is the dual of this fact, again, sourcing from the disability of the Atlantic system to do. We think that lessons should be especially warning for the pro-Atlantic forces in the developing world. Siding with the Atlantic system only means to share its defeat. Today, the ability to do belongs to the developing world. The main difference of the 21st century from the 20th century is that the oppressed world has created a developing world from within itself which challenges the Atlantic system in every field of life. The impact of Russia's Ukrainian operation will not stay confined to the field of security. The world after will not be the same as the world before. The operation has profoundly affected all global political balances and accelerated the change from a unipolar to a multipolar world. It is rather clear that the Ukrainian conflict will have long-lasting impact in reshaping the world, both politically and economically, thereby creating new opportunities for the construction of a new and fair international order, which has now become the common target of humanity. In a world where the nation states are the main actors, reaching that target requires a much closer international cooperation and solidarity than ever. History on Earth has reached a point where social and historical development cannot be left to spontaneity. Thus, the construction of a worldwide front covering all forces against imperialist hegemony is to be designed together with its institutions and mechanisms that are needed to implement its targets. This is our imminent duty, which can only be fulfilled under the guidance of science. The new international order platform is meant to provide an international ground to contribute to interaction towards that goal. The US has imposed sanctions on more than 40 countries now, containing more than half of the world's population and corresponding to closely a half of the world's total production. A threat is regarded to be successful if it induces the consequence it aims without being carried out. The fact that the US sanctions increase very fast, both content and quantity-wise, implies that they lack deterrence power. It would not be true, however, to assume that the USA itself is not aware of this fact. It is rather another reflection that the US has lost its power to do and thus focuses on mainly destroying its opponents to slow down their development. The main pillar the American sanctions are based on is the domination of US dollar on international trade and finance, especially the expansion of the sanctions against Russia urges the developing world to create its own international order in economic, financial, and political spheres to put an end to the hegemony of the US dollar. A new world order will not wait for its establishment that first imperialist hegemony is rooted out. The new world will be and is being constructed in the struggle to root out imperialist hegemony, and success will parallel the extent to which we have been able to construct such a new world. What we are going through today can properly be described as the pains of the birth of the new world. The developing world covers a very large variety within itself, yet international cooperation, aligning the interests of this broad spectrum, has become more important than ever in human history. We should work together much more closely and intensely to produce designs, mechanisms, and institutions to deal with these problems and to find creative solutions. NATO is not only a military instrument of USA against the developing world, but it is also a means of imposing its hegemony on other countries in the Atlantic system. The only way of deterring imperialism from dictating its will forcefully is to make clear that it cannot win the battle. The more powerful and the more independent the new world becomes, the stronger will its impact be on the developed capitalist countries outside USA, rendering the ties with the NATO weaker. Thus, peace in the world can only be secured by fighting against NATO and not by surrendering to NATO. This will also help the West to rescue itself from the twilight into which it has been drawn by the US hegemony. Today, the values of the first wave of democratic revolutions contributed to the common heritage of humanity can only be kept alive and developed in the hands of the developing world fighting against imperialist hegemony. Those values can be made to continue to contribute to social progress only if they are conjoined with independence of nation states and development by sharing. Whenever you see the values of democratic revolutions being combined with the prefix post, neo, trans, meta, it is meant to devalue them. The rise of the New World civilization outside the West will also trigger the revival of those values in the West and will help normalizing its relations with the New World. The profound change that our world has been going through recently has led to a repositioning of all the forces on Earth. We, as Vatan Party, welcome every country every organization, every movement, and every individual who is subject to imperialist hegemony but does not bow down to it, to jointly construct the new world which represents the common fate of humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koray, for your contributions. And the second speaker is Professor Dr. Fuat Izadi from Iran, Faculty of World Studies, Tehran University. But unfortunately, he's not going to be live broadcast. We're going to listen him from band.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I need to thank our brothers and sisters in Hezb Vatan for organizing this conference. The topic is obviously very important. It's the belief of all people that I know that are working in this field that the world is changing, that we are moving from a unipolar world to a multipolar world. There are disagreements on how this new order is going to look like. So looking at this topic and investigating different scenarios that can happen is going to be something very important. So I'm going to divide my talk into two sections. One section, I'm going to talk about the causes of what has been going on in the last many years that has led to the current conflict in Ukraine. And then the second part is going to be the lessons that we need to learn. I think there are several factors that we can look at when we try to assess the current situation. I think the world is going through a number of crises that have contributed to the current situation. The first crisis that I think is quite evident is the fact that the liberal thought that was advocated by many Western governments, including the United States, is having major challenges when it comes to its implementation. As you may know, the people who are in the White House belong to this liberal internationalist doctrine. They believe liberalism is the best ideology available in the world, and they believe they need to spread liberalism as they understand it. This is at least the rhetoric that they have. And this ideology in practice has resulted in the United States and a number of European countries engaging in foreign policy activities that are generally contradictory, that have resulted in the death and destruction in many, many countries, and have created disaster for these countries and the targeted countries. So the idea of international liberalism in practice has resulted in disastrous wars in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and the current situation in Ukraine is also a result of that mentality, that the mentality that does not tolerate any other viewpoint, the mentality that uses the rhetoric of liberalism to actually advance foreign policy goals. So if, for example, in Ukraine, the United States government allowed for the Minsk agreements to go through, we would not be witnessing the current situation. If the United States government had not poured in billions of dollars of weapons in Ukraine before the current crisis, I don't think we would be facing the current situation. If the United States government did not push Ukraine to join NATO, I don't think we would be facing the current crisis. If the United States government had not orchestrated the 2014 coup in Ukraine, I don't think we would be facing the current situation. So the basic question is that if a country talks about liberalism and democracy, and they say that they are interested in a liberal democratic order, how is it that they use color revolution tactics in the countries that are not following their order? And they use this type of tactics to change governments, engage in regime change, as they did it in Ukraine and many other countries in the last number of decades. So they become very much interested in liberal democratic ideas when the targeted country is not in line with US foreign policy, and they develop a blind eye when they deal with dictatorships that have no sense of what democracy is. The case of Saudi Arabia or United Arab Emirates comes to mind, and the war that they have engaged in the last number of years in Yemen. Neither Saudi Arabia nor UAE have any type of democracy. They don't hold elections, even they don't hold fake elections. And they are able to attack a neighboring country using American weapons, using British weapons, and
suffering like that. My friend,
this type of illegal war activities that they have without any in the hesitation and with the full support in Yemen. Countries like the United States. Neither Saudi Arabia nor UAE, if attacking a neighboring country is bad, they don't hold elections, even they don't hold for the Saudis to attack Yemen. And if they are able to attack Russia to attack a neighboring country, why can't we use the same standard to condemn the attack of Saudis when it comes to Yemen? And the United States not only does not condemn, they actually fully support the war. They sell billions of dollars of weapons to the Saudis, including in the current Biden administration that has continued the previous US administration's support of the Yemen war. The same thing is true with the case of Palestine. In the Israeli newspaper Haaretz a few days ago, we had an article about the long-term challenges that Israel faces. One, fully support the war. They sell millions of dollars of since 2020, the Saudis, in the last 2 years, current Biden the majority of people who live continued in Palestine are actually Palestinians, support Arab Palestinians of the Yemen war. And the same thing is non-Arab, the case of Palestine, of occupied Palestine, Israel is actually less than the Arab population. So if we believe in liberal democracy, why can't we hold elections, free and fair elections in Palestine, and let the Palestinians decide? If that happens with the majority Arab population, you are not going to get someone like Netanyahu, you are not going to get someone like Bennett, you're going to get an Arab prime minister and an Arab government. And the Israelis refuse to do that because they are organizing an apartheid state. So if liberal democracy is good, why can't Israelis follow those instructions? So the new world order, the current crisis that we have in international arenas is created because of crises that generally United States and a number of Western governments engage in. The first crisis is the crisis of liberal democratic thought that has lost its way because of all the hypocrisy and contradictions that exist. The second issue that I think is important when we are talking about a new world order is the fact that the geopolitics of the world is changing. That means that for the first time in the last 500 years, we have a shift in geopolitics. For the last 500 or 600 years, generally Western countries, Western governments were the main, the dominant power in the world, the superpower in the world. So in the 16th century, for example, the Portuguese were the dominant power in the world. In the 17th centuries, the Spanish were the dominant power in the world. In the 18th century, the French were the dominant power in the world. In the 19th century, the British were the dominant power in the world. In the 20th century, the Americans were the dominant power in the world. And now we see this continuation of dominance by Western countries is breaking. So you look at some of the literature that is coming out of many of these countries actually points out to this fact. For example, the Munich Security Conference a couple of years ago produced this document with the title Westlessness, meaning that the world is moving away from the West and the resources, money, and power is shifting to Asian countries, in fact. And this is the first time that this is happening. And so this is the second reason we are facing a new challenge. And this is the second factor that is contributing to this new world order. The third factor is the domestic situation in the United States. You have a deadlock among the main two parties in the United States. The fight that exists between the Democrats and the Republicans is quite extensive. It's not going to be resolved. And this type of domestic chaos leads to people like Donald Trump getting elected. And if you're watching American poll numbers, you realize that actually Donald Trump is doing relatively well when it comes to public opinion polls. So there's a chance for him or someone like him to be in the White House in 2025. And this is a crisis that exists because of several reasons. This is going to be the fourth reason that we are facing the current situation and the fact that the United States has ended up in the current situation. And that is the crisis of capitalism and globalization. So one reason people like Donald Trump get elected in United States is the fact that the majority of people in the United States and many Western countries did not see any benefit from globalization policies of their governments. In fact, the real winners of globalization were multinational corporations. And a lot of people in Western countries are realizing that. And there's a backlash when it comes to economic policies and the fact that capitalism has failed when it comes to providing a just society, the huge difference between income of lower segments of societies and higher segments of societies in these Western countries is an indication of that. So the crisis of capitalism and globalization is the fourth factor that is causing difficulties. So overall, since my time is limited, to conclude, the lessons that we can take from these factors that have resulted in the current situation is the fact that the world is changing. And since I'm an optimist by nature, I would argue that the world is changing in a positive way. So the setup of the last 500-600 years of Western countries' dominance did not result in a just world. and moving towards a multipolar world is going to be important. And I believe, this is why I'm optimistic, I believe once we are in a truly multipolar world, the domination of Western countries reduction is going to be good for everyone, including the people of these Western countries. So it was about time for a change in international geopolitics and paradigms that existed before. And I think we're moving towards a situation that's going to be more beneficial for the majority of people in the world. But in the meantime, when we are moving from the current world order to the new world order, there are going to be difficult times. There are going to be conflicts, there are going to be wars. And so we have to be careful in assessing what is actually going on. In the long term, I think we're going to be in a better shape. But in the short term, we are going to see conflicts that are going to cause difficulties. As a lot of you know, the current conflict in Ukraine is affecting food supplies for a lot of countries. And these are just some examples of the difficulties that the world will face in the short term. So the conclusion that I want to make is that the intellectuals and academics and community leaders and the public that cares about these issues needs to be connected more. And that is why your conference is very valuable. Sharing ideas and networking and coming up with solutions that are not dominated by corporate-oriented think tanks is going to be important. And as we progress and as we move from the current world order to a new world order, I think is going to be important in this progress to be connected with like-minded people internationally. So I think the Vatan Party is doing a good job and realizing the fact that this type of settings need to go on and also advance. So since my time is up, I need to thank you for listening to me, and hopefully we'll see you later. Take care.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. We would like to thank Mr. Izadi for his contributions. And the third speaker is Mr. Majid Yusuf, Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, advisor to President of Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. Yes, Mr. Yusuf.
Thank you very much. My name is Hüseyin Majid Yusuf from Cyprus. I wish you all the best during these meetings today. Before I start my speech, I would like to present you the greetings of the President of Turkish Northern Cyprus, Mr. Tatar, and our Foreign Minister, Mr. Ertuğrul, to the participants of these meetings. They wish you all the success during these meetings. We the people of Cyprus, we the Turkish people of Cyprus, are at the top of the list who have suffered injustice in the world. Maybe in the first 5. So if the world had to listen to our voices ages ago, maybe you wouldn't have what has been going on in Ukraine today, what has been going on in Syria today, what has been going in Afghanistan today. The world never listened to our voices, and we have been subject to inhumane things in Cyprus, and I will be happy to...
Do we have technical issue?
Can't you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Yes, sir, now.
Didn't you hear me before?
Yes, I couldn't hear.
Shall I repeat myself?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, I don't know where
We
to.
heard you clear and well, Mr. Yusuf.
Sorry?
We heard you clear and well.
So I continue.
Yeah, you can
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I would like to share some issues, what has happened in Cyprus in the recent history. Because if the world had to consider, if the world had to make any attention to what has happened in the last 50 years in Cyprus, maybe some of the incidents, some of the ugly incidents which are happening today wouldn't happen. A lot of blood is shed in Ukraine. A lot of civilians are dead. Why? Because some guy called an actor, chauvinist, Zelensky, believed to NATO, believed to imperialist West, and acted according to their wishes. What has been happening in Cyprus will be an example that we don't live the same things in future. So let me give you some background information what has been happening in Cyprus. I will be short summary to you because I know that my time is limited. But I have to give you some specific points. I would like to remind all the people who are listening to us that Cyprus was on Ottoman rule for 307 years, between 1571 and 1878. This is a very long time period. And when the British imperialist administration came into power in 1878, our bad days as Turkish Cypriot people started. We were living with Greeks on the island relatively peacefully under the Ottoman rule, but once the British came, the Greeks started their known enosis cries, and they started forming their gangs, first against the British administration, and then against the Turks who were against the enosis. So our fight in Cyprus we set to a good example to the people. What is happening in Lugansk and Donetsk today was happening ages ago in Cyprus. And when we were saying to the world, when we were begging the world, come and help us, the Greeks are killing the Turkish people with the guns of the imperialist powers, nobody wants to hear us. Now those who are rising against Russians in Lugansk and Donetsk, they never listen to us. And behind all these atrocities, what has happened in Cyprus is mainly the United Kingdom and United States of America. I can mention some of the European countries as well, but it's not time to mention those at this juncture. So the island was rented, as you may know, Akilamen, to the British, and the British found a way in 1914 when during the First World War to annex the island to Britain. And as you may know, all the people know, at Lausanne, we passed the island to officially to the British administration. And, you know, after that date, we the Turkish Cypriots suffered a lot. We had to flee our homes. We had to leave all our properties. And, you know, this happened in 1974 as well, when there was a Greek coup on the island to annex the island to Greece. and I was 13 then. I remember running away from the Greek military regime. Can you imagine 13 years old? And now I see on television now people running away in Ukraine, people running away from Afghanistan, people running away from Syria, people running away from Iraq, people running away in Yemen. Everybody is running away from American hegemony. This something which is not to be discussed. America has been ruining the world throughout the ages, and now they are losing. They are losing all everywhere. They lost in Afghanistan. They lost in Middle East. They lost in Syria. They will lose everywhere. So what this is the history. What we are doing in Cyprus is actually a story of success. A people from 50 years ago, we didn't have a state. Now we do have a state, and Turkish people has done their best to come to this point. And what was, as I mentioned before, what has been going on in Lugansk and Donetsk will be an example for China, for Russia, who are permanent members of the United Nations, to understand what has the Turkish Cypriots has suffered: sanctions, embargoes, isolations. This is happening to Russia lately, maybe since the Crimean War, but this has been happening to us for at least 50 years. We have been suffering, isolated from the world, thanks to our mainland Turkey, that they are helping us to travel throughout the world with the Turkish passports and so on. Otherwise, we will be like the people in Palestine, closed there and cannot move anywhere. This is the case which should be considered by the world. We have, as I mentioned, Akilana, we have suffered a lot from United Nations.
Yes, I can give you more time, sir. I can give you a little bit more time because you are talking. I think you have maybe more 10 minutes.
Okay, I will. I promise you that I will conclude within 10 minutes.
Let me talk about a little bit United Nations and recognition of the Cyprus.
Okay. So we have suffered a lot from the United Nations resolutions. First one was in 1964. I will act quickly. This is a very famous resolution 186, which mentions that the republic, the authority on the island is the Greek authority. And under that authorization, since then until now, all the world accepts the Greek side as the legal state of Cyprus. Unfortunately, this is not the case. We, the Turks, are the co-founders of the Republic of Cyprus, which was established in 1960. And these agreements are there. London and Zurich agreements are there. They are accepted by the United Nations. And in that agreement, we are stated as equal partners of the state. As you might know, in 1963, the Greeks have attacked us, tried to eliminate all the Turks, and at the end of the day, Turkey intervened both in 1963, 64, and 1974, as you know. We formed our independent state in 1983. I am asking to all the listeners there that they should consider, they should pressurize their own countries that Turkish Cypriot state is recognized. We deserve to be a part of the world. We deserve we have the right to do this. As I mentioned, according to the international agreements that ratified by the United Nations. United Nations actually acting politically. Akil.
That's right.
All their decisions are not binding us anymore. And as the president of Turkey says, the world is larger than the five. So all the world countries should unite against the actually American hegemony on the United Nations.
Exactly.
We should change this. Otherwise, we should all suffer a little bit longer. And to our luck, what is happening at Lugansk and Donetsk in Donbas region, I hope the permanent members of the Security Council, Russia and China, understands the Turkish Cypriot case now better than ever, because we have been asking for recognition. We have been tried by the Greek Cypriots for totally destroy the Turkish people on the island. We were on the graves, we were massacred, and we worked very hard as the Turkish people, and thanks Turkey, the mainland, that they intervened. So I don't think that from now on China or Russian representatives in the United Nations will come across in the meetings and say that Turkey is invading, in inverted commas, invading power in Cyprus. Otherwise, they will be invaders in Donetsk, they will be invaders in Lugansk. So there are some similarities, but actually what has been happening in Cyprus, we are in a more powerful case because we are legally, as I mentioned, due to the international agreements, we have more rights than the Donetsk people or Lugansk people.
Right.
So from here, I ask the people of the world to remember this, that we in Cyprus suffered a lot. Should they have heard our voices before, maybe we wouldn't leave all this mess at the moment, whatever we are doing. And I remind them, we are at the front fighting with America in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. We are a Turkish military presence on the island is necessary, and, right. And we are protecting the rights of Russia, we are protecting the rights of Pakistan, we are protecting the rights of China in the region. So we are looking forward at the moment to Eurasia. Of course, we didn't turn our back to West, but for the relationship between ourselves and West is depending on their understanding, depending on their how they see the human rights in Cyprus. But our future, I believe, is with going with the Eurasian countries, cooperating more than ever with them. And I hope that they do understand now the case in Cyprus. And I hope that in near future, they will give the necessary advice or whatever you say to the Security Council for the recognition of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. Thank you very much for listening.
You're more than welcome, sir. Maybe peace in the Cyprus will provide the peace in the whole Mediterranean or the east of the Mediterranean. That's why we need the peace in the Cyprus first. Thank you very much for your contribution, and we would like to appreciate. And Mr. Keith Bennett is ready. Is he ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Oh, okay. Welcome, Mr. Keith Bennett from UK, co-editor of Friends of Socialist China.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the friends and comrades of the Vatan Party for organizing this great event and for inviting me to speak. So, since Russia declared the start of its special military operation in Ukraine on February 24th, it has become increasingly clear with each passing day that what the world is witnessing is only a conflict between Russia and Ukraine in form. In essence, it is a proxy war between the Russian Federation on the one hand and the US.
Me, Mr. Bennett, can you adjust your camera a little bit down?
Like this?
Yes, great, wonderful.
I'm so sorry for that.
Okay, no problem.
In essence, it is a proxy war between the Russian Federation on the one hand and the US-led NATO imperialist forces on the other. Moreover, it becomes increasingly clear that this is a conflict that carries with it the greatest threat of a nuclear conflict in decades, something that would represent a cataclysmic and existential disaster for humanity as a whole. The evidence for this is overwhelming. It is spewed from the mouths of the leaders of the imperialist powers, particularly the United States and its British lapdog, on a daily basis. On April 25th, the New York Times wrote, "The United States toughened its messaging on the Ukraine war on Monday, saying the American aim was not just to thwart the Russian invasion, but also to weaken Russia so it could no longer carry out such military aggression anywhere. The aim was stated in explicit terms by the highest-ranking Biden administration delegation to visit Ukraine since the war began. It reflected an emboldened intent to counter Russia by giving more numerous and powerful arms to the Ukrainians." End of quote. The New York Times was referring to statements made in Poland by Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who had just visited Kyiv. On April 28, speaking from the White House, President Joe Biden, President Joe Biden said, "So we need to contribute arms, funding, ammunition, and the economic support to make their, that is the forces of the Kyiv regime, courage and sacrifice have purpose so they can continue this fight and do what they're doing. This assistance," Biden continued, "would provide even more artillery, armored vehicles, anti-armor systems, anti-air capabilities, and that have been used so effectively thus far on the battlefield by the Ukrainian warriors." That's the end of quotation from President Biden. The amount that Biden was calling on Congress to further authorize in its proxy war against the Russian Federation is an eye-watering $33 billion. In addition to the billions that have already been expended in this crusade. Considering that, at the time of writing 2 days ago, the number of confirmed deaths from COVID-19 in the USA had reached 1,021,581, considering that millions of Americans lack access to healthcare, and considering that much of the USA's crumbling infrastructure is a good half-century out of date, it is surely not hard to think of better uses to which such colossal sums might be put. Such American bellicosity is not only not followed by the overwhelming majority of countries in the global South, even some of the USA's imperialist allies appear to be having doubts and second thoughts. On May the 1st, following yet another morale-boosting visit to the comedian President Zelensky, this time by US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the New York Times quoted French defense analyst Francois Heisbourg as saying that there is a sense in Europe that, quote, the US is dragging everyone into a different war. Quote, to help Ukraine prevail is not about waging war against Russia for reasons related to its government, Mr. Heisbourg said. Regime change may be a vision, but not a war aim, according to him. Gérard Oraud, a former French ambassador to the United States and the United Nations, commented on Twitter, "Right now, we are sleepwalking to nobody knows where." Sleepwalking may well describe it, but as with World War I, to which the sleepwalking analogy is generally attached, the possible destination is all too clear. Years, perhaps decades of war with the ever-present risk of suicidal escalation. However, if a few such voices of relative sanity are to be found in Paris and Berlin, this is sadly not the case in London. To the extent that there is a split in the warmongering consensus, it is to be found in the opposition Labour Party seeking to push the Conservative government into even more bellicose positions. In this, they are joined by the governmental representatives of the hard right of the Conservative Party, who seek to use the conflict with Russia and the conflict they seem determined to also provoke with China as a pawn in their increasingly transparent factional manoeuvring to replace Boris Johnson as Prime Minister. Meanwhile, Labour leader Keir Starmer has bullied the small number of left-wing Labour members of Parliament into silence, declaring that opposition to, or even it would appear criticism of NATO, is incompatible with membership of the parliamentary party. Therefore, on his way to a visit to India last month, Boris Johnson declared, "How can you negotiate with a crocodile when it's got your leg in its jaws? That's the difficulty that the Ukrainians face. We have just got to keep going with the strategy, keep supplying them with weapons." In other words, the British Prime Minister, supported and indeed egged on by what currently passes for an opposition in our country, is joining the likes of Biden, Austin, Blinken and Pelosi in setting his face against peace, setting his face against negotiations, and clamoring for protracted and endless war against Russia, a war which imperialism appears more than ready to fight to the last Ukrainian. In the same media comments, Johnson remarked, "The view of the president of Ukraine, if I understood him correctly, I speak to him a lot, is he would actually like Russian forces to be expelled from their existing positions in Donetsk and Luhansk. So that is a pretty maximalist position. But on Crimea, they are not as maximalist," Johnson said. You may well think this is bad enough, but there's worse. Delivering the Mansion House speech, a traditional annual outline of UK foreign policy, on April 27, the Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, essentially set out her platform for a future prime ministerial bid, a highly dangerous platform of all-out confrontation with both Russia and China. Truss declared, "So we must be prepared for the long haul. We've got to double down on our support for Ukraine, and we must also follow through on the unity shown in the crisis." And just in case there was any room for doubt, she continued, "We are already stepping up in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine is our war. It is everyone's war because Ukraine's victory is a strategic imperative for us, for all of us. Heavy weapons, tanks, aeroplanes, digging deep into our inventories, ramping up production. We need to do all of this. Our sanctions have already seen Russia facing its first external debt default for a century. We need to go further. There must be nowhere for Putin to fund this appalling war. That means cutting off oil and gas imports once and for all. We are doubling down. We will keep going further and faster to push Russia out of the whole of Ukraine." End of quote. Now, as numerous commentators have highlighted, Truss in this last statement is making clear that for her, the war aims relate not simply to Ukraine, Luhansk and Donbass, but also to Crimea, the very territory with regard to which our ostensible boss had practically yesterday intimated at least a modicum of realism and flexibility. Surely one cannot separate the decision of the Russian leadership to embark on a special military operation in Ukraine from the clear intent to weaken and destroy Russia that has been spelled out with such brutal clarity by the leaders of US-led imperialism. This, in fact, has always been the prime purpose of NATO, ever since its creation in 1949. With the dissolution of the USSR in 1991, the organization lost its ostensible raison d'etre. However, far from joining the Warsaw Treaty Organization in winding up its affairs, NATO engaged in a wave of rabid expansion. Since 1949, NATO membership has increased from 12 to 30 countries in 8 rounds of expansion, the majority of them since the dissolution of the Soviet Union. This despite the promises made to Gorbachev by US leaders that NATO would not move 1 inch east if he would acquiesce to German reunification. Little wonder that, in the period leading up to the special operation, President Putin declared that NATO had left Russia nowhere to retreat to. As if the successive accession of the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Bulgaria, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Albania, Croatia, Montenegro, and North Macedonia to NATO membership after the dissolution of the Soviet Union was not bad enough, the organization has sought to further spread its tentacles through the creation of the Partnership for Peace program. Besides having served as a waiting room for full membership for the aforementioned 14 countries, the PFP has, inter alia, grouped various former republics of the USSR, including a number who also adhere to the Collective Security Treaty Organization, as well as a number of at least nominally neutral European countries, such as Austria, Ireland, Malta, Finland, and Sweden, with the latter two now seemingly embarked on the road towards full membership. It is perhaps not sufficiently well known that both the USSR and its main successor state, the Russian Federation, expressed a wish to join NATO on more than one occasion. This was first mooted in March 1954 by Soviet Foreign Minister V.M. Molotov, but rejected by the Western powers in May of that year.
Sir?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello?
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 Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I hear you.
Okay.
I hear it some lower.
Okay, decades later, in 2017, Vladimir Putin told the US filmmaker Oliver Stone that he had raised the possibility of Russia joining NATO with President Clinton in January 2001. What conclusion then can one draw with regard to the intention of a military organization that moves progressively closer to one's door, which affirms and asserts the right of every country to seek membership, but which steadfastly refuses to entertain your own application? However, NATO is not just a threat to the Russian Federation. It is a threat to the whole world, to global peace, and to every country that seeks to maintain its independence and choose its own path of development. From March to June 1999, NATO subjected the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, a multi-ethnic, multinational state, and along with Belarus, the last country in Europe maintaining at least some degree of socialist orientation, to a savage bombing campaign. Following the 9/11 terrorist attacks in the United States, the US invoked NATO's Article 5 regarding collective defense, leading to a 20-year NATO occupation of Afghanistan, which finally met an ignominious end in August 2021. Subsequent collective defense measures have been invoked with regards to Syria, Libya, the Horn of Africa, and Ukraine. NATO has further created a network of so-called global partners, which among others include Australia, Colombia, Japan, South Korea, and New Zealand. In 2018, the Venezuelan Foreign Ministry reacted to Colombia's becoming NATO's first global partner in Latin America by stating, Venezuela denounces once more before the international community the intention of the Colombian authorities to lend themselves to introduce in Latin America and the Caribbean a foreign military alliance with nuclear capacity, which in every way constitutes a serious threat for peace and regional stability. The participation of South Korea and Japan can only be regarded in the same light by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, as well as by China and Russia. Indeed, China looms increasingly large in NATO's concerns. The NATO 2030 document, adopted as its 2020 summit, labeled China a full-spectrum systemic rival. Attempting to explain, Secretary General and former Norwegian Labour Party Prime Minister Jens Stoltenberg asserted that China poses, quote, important challenges to our security, adding that China is, quote, coming close to us. A reasonable, indeed a sane person might conclude that it is precisely the other way round. NATO's pivot to China is underlined and reinforced by the development of the Quad, grouping the United States, Japan, Australia, and India, with the possible addition of South Korea following the narrow victory of the Conservative candidate in the recent presidential election, along with the AUKUS partnership, which is slated to introduce nuclear-powered submarines to the Pacific Ocean, and despite the latter also constituting a stab in the back to NATO member France. The brutal logic of NATO's increasingly global reach and the danger it poses to peace in this current phase of enhanced imperialist aggressiveness was spelled out with unmistakable clarity by Liz Truss in her April 27th speech, where she declared, quote, "We need a global NATO. We need to preempt threats in the Indo-Pacific, working with our allies like Japan and Australia to ensure the Pacific is protected. And we must ensure that democracies like Taiwan are able to defend themselves. We should keep strengthening our NATO alliance with bonds around the world, like the UK-led Joint Expeditionary Force, the Five Eyes, and the AUKUS partnership we have with the US and Australia. The G7 should act as an economic NATO, collectively defending our prosperity." End of quote. These are not the speculations or ravings of some lonely conspiracy theorist. They are the authentic words of the United Kingdom's Foreign Secretary and possible future Prime Minister. However, in the words of the spokesperson of the Chinese embassy in London reacting the same day, gone are the days when a handful of Western countries could manipulate international rules and monopolize world affairs. The imperialist and Cold War mindset betrayed in the above-mentioned remarks of the UK side are against the will of the people of the world and utterly anachronistic, end of quote. So in conclusion, what is needed in the present situation is the broadest possible unity of countries and peoples throughout the world, aimed at halting NATO's drive to a world war that would surely endanger the very survival of humanity. China and Russia are at the core of this anti-imperialist, anti-hegemonic united front for peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. You talk about unbelievable. You summarize all the almost history or the what happened in the United States, and with the, especially with the Nancy Pelosi, what she's acting, what she's doing. If you want to talk about a little bit more, I can give you 5 more minutes. I would like to share your opinion. Yes, you study, but what's your opinion about the future of the NATO? What do you think about it?
Oh, okay.
Personal opinion.
It was all my personal opinions that I gave you.
I know.
Thanks for the question. I think it's a very interesting question that you've posed. The way things are being presented in the Western media at the present time is they talk as though there is an unprecedented unity against Russia. And this is being further promoted by the idea of the strong push being given to bring Finland and Sweden into NATO, for example. But I think that this idea that we are dealing with an unprecedented Western unity is quite a superficial idea. As I mentioned in my remarks, one can already see some hesitation on the part of people in France and Germany, although there is a obviously the situation in Germany is very complicated by the new government, which has replaced the more, I would say, more realistic views of Angela Merkel with particularly the Green Party, which despite its progressive origins has become like the most aggressive imperialist party in Germany, frankly, particularly with regard to Russia, but also China. Nevertheless, the SPD Chancellor Scholz and the German president are getting some criticism from the Ukrainian side, and behind that obviously is the criticism from Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have other countries which have been hitherto more dependent or more integrated into trade and economic relations with Russia, such as Italy. Obviously, you have a country like Hungary, which is, had a very close and beneficial energy partnership with Russia,
yes.
that wants to continue trading, that is agreeable to paying in rubles and so on. So whilst, there has been a relatively high degree of unity, I think, on the part of NATO at the moment, that's normal at the start of any crisis. But what we need to look at is not just the immediate situation, but the developing situation and how things will develop. And absolutely. I think what's actually more remarkable is not that there's not the supposed unanimity, but the fact that the cracks and the fissures are already showing. And of course, this is feeding into a very significant economic crisis in the Western countries. What in Britain is being called the cost of living crisis, with soaring energy, the food price crisis, because obviously we know that Russia and Ukraine collectively are really the breadbasket of the world, but also when energy prices soar, then the prices of everything soars, because everything has to be transported, energy has to be used in its production, and so on. And I think people in the West say, that Russia expected a quick victory, and so on in their operation. Whether they did or not, I don't know. They haven't really spoken about that, to my knowledge. What I think is more significant is that when the West piled in with this huge array of sanctions on Russia, which, to my mind, were not prepared overnight. You don't prepare and agree that range of things overnight. This was already prepared and considered for a long time. But when they did this, and when they started to push this enormous amount of military aid to Ukraine and so on, in fact, it was the West that was expecting a quick victory. And the fact that they are not getting that quick victory, it's the Western imperialist powers that are not prepared and not able to withstand a long conflict. And in contrast to that, I think one should never underestimate the resilience of the Russian people. I was discussing this with friends from the DPRK embassy in London the other evening. I mean, if we think of when Hitler attacked the Soviet Union, the German army was on the outskirts of Moscow. It had got past Sheremetyevo airport, but the Russians stood firm, and Stalin sent the rest of the Politburo to safety and stayed in Moscow himself. You could, and one doesn't have to make this on a purely ideological pro-Soviet basis. One can look at the Napoleonic Wars and the 1812 situation, and so on, to say that, the West is making, a huge mistake in underestimating the resilience of the Russian people, and in a matter of weeks, I think that this is already taking a toll on the West. That was probably a bit too long answer.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate for your contributions, and thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Can I say how nice it is to see Mr. Perinček on the screen? We used to meet at the Soreco meetings in Paris in the 1980s.
Okay, I would like to say hi on behalf of my president, the Vatan Partisi, the president of the Vatan Partisi, Mr. Perinček. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah, thank you. And it's a lovely seminar.
Thank you. We really appreciate. Hello. Now we have the last speaker of the third session, Mr. Chris Meltekos from South Africa, Second Deputy General Secretary of the South African Communist Party. Mr. Melteko?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Indeed, it is a great honor and privilege to be part of this platform. We also want to appreciate the opportunity to make it available to just to share some brief thoughts on what we think is a very important and imperative question of our times. We appreciate the efforts of many progressives across the globe, putting shoulder to the wheel to ensure that that elusive goal of genuine peace and coexistence of peoples is realized. Despite our various differences, whether these be geography, language, religion, race, or creed, and that these do not stand in the way of our common objective of realizing a meaningful life, a rewarding cultural, civilizational, and an environmentally sustainable development for all. It is our view that the conjunctural challenges manifesting today are demonstrating in many ways than one that what the world needs is the urgent task of fundamental restructuring of its institutional architecture and power relations. The multifaceted crisis of capitalism impacts on all aspects of our lives. This restructuring, we believe, must lead to a multi-plural and non-hegemonic world order. This has become an urgent task in the context of Russia's military operations in the Ukraine. And that is why Marx is crucial in this context, and his general approach on what is now liberalism and neo-colonialism. Marx's work was earth-shattering in understanding the world because it suggests that if you go through liberalism, you will understand how the system operates. You understand the fact that a small number of people arrogate unto themselves the right to hold property, to take decisions on behalf of the majority. They are able to disenfranchise and make people go to war. They hold sway on all decisions and thinking. Critically, they prescribe ethics, values, and impose their thoughts on the entire globe. And that is what they believe the world should embrace. Anything other than that is punishable with war, illegal unilateral sanctions, and demonization across the world. There are just too many examples to point this out. We are of the view that the principles of the non-aligned movement have more meaning today than ever before. In fact, if you look at the joint statement signed in December 1954, which I said, I quote, "The policy of non-alignment with blocs does not represent neutrality or neutralism. Neither does it represent passivity, as it is sometimes alleged. It represents the positive, active, and constructive policy that as its goal has collective peace and foundations of collective security for all," close quote. It is in this context that we must understand the position of much of the developing world, especially Africa, and its voting and the United Nations General Assembly and other UN voting platforms on the what is now called the Ukraine-Russia crisis. Post-colonial Africa has continued to suffer underdevelopment, disease, poverty, and marginalization, leading to precarious migrations across the dangerous Mediterranean seas in search of a better life. The developed world instigations of instability across the continent in search of lucrative minerals facilitated the ruthless exploitation and killings of millions on the continent. Those who opposed its rule and frameworks were killed. Muammar Gaddafi of Libya is but just one example. The US and the European Union are constantly in search of markets to exploit in order to maintain their economies and countries and their militaries, who have become the strongest militaries in the world. The global South, which is constituted by almost 80% of the world's population, yet its countries are systematically and deliberately excluded from any meaningful decision-making in international fora, including in the United Nations structures themselves. Key decisions are made in structures such as the G7, the UN Security Council, etc., excluding the majority of the world's population. The values and ethics of the non-aligned movement can only come about when the countries of the Global South build what we call a critical mass. This critical mass is beginning to take shape in different forms in the developing and the diversification of trade, finance, and other relations between the continent and countries such as the People's Republic of China, India, Turkey, Iran, Russia, Brazil, Venezuela, and others who have made significant progress in the recent past. Indeed, it would do the Global South so much good if it would lead a process of rethinking and reconceptualizing the institutional framework for finance and financial flows, own currency use for payment, and mechanisms that will enable countries threatened with illegal unilateral sanctions to overcome these. All of this must be anchored on the principles of solidarity and internationalism as espoused in the non-aligned movement. One Hlela, writing in the Globetrotter of May 2022, says the following, I quote, "It is time to revitalize the non-aligned movement. The non-aligned movement will only succeed if the leaders of the countries of the Global South put their egos aside, think strategically on a global scale, and put their considerable human capital and natural resources and technological ingenuity to bear to use and advance the quality of life of their population. From a global geopolitical perspective, the reasons the EU and the United States and its allies are looking to shore up bilateral trade and investment across the continent is burgeoning, and ties and relations that are excluding them, led by China's penetration on the continent, has created a significant irritation on the part of imperialism. It is for this reason that we understand perfectly well the ongoing crisis in the Ukraine, its history, its origins, and underlying basis, and Russia's ultimate decision to embark on a military program. By its own admission, the US Security Department has revealed the actual purpose of the exercise in the Ukraine, which is to weaken Russia and thus provide a basis to engage China directly. This spells huge difficulties for humanity in the Global South into the future. This is why we think we must have a keen interest in these developments and prepare for a post-Ukraine-China military crisis in order to have a better sense of how we will engage the world beyond that point. It is our view that the renewed non-aligned movement has a real potential to build institutions and build buffers against economic warfare of the United Nations and NATO allies that has been waging wars against Cuba, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, Eritrea, Iran, and is now moving onto Russia. These institutions must ensure financial flows and other exchanges and ensure autonomy from US and EU financial centers and systems. A large part of this will also mean rethinking our politics, economics, and foreign policy. The economic weapons brought about against Russia in this period demonstrate they will be used against others in the future. And for us, building a better world for all means building socialism. Socialism is the future. I thank you.
Mr. Maltako, thank you very much for your contribution. When I was listening to you, I paid attention to the couple of points and the currency in the future in Africa. It's very interesting subject because I have been in Africa across the continent and a couple of times. What I paid attention, there are lots of Chinese companies, especially in Mali, Sierra Leone, in that region of Sudan, and how it will affect this currency change in the future against the US dollar. What do you think about it?
Well, the US's and Europe's irritation is that, first and foremost, Europe thinks it has a predetermined role. It has a predetermined ordained role on the continent because as a former colonizer, it continues to hold the view that it has to extract important minerals and other resources that are able to catalyze their economies in the metropole. So it continues to seek to create instability in those countries whose leaders do not agree with the perpetuation of neocolonialism, including even getting other dictators onto their side. The US, through its now infamous AGOA program, also seeks to do the same. Just as an example, the reason why we have not seen any peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo is essentially because Congo holds the largest deposits of very important minerals in the world, such as cobalt and others that are important for even the new emerging economies of electric cars and et cetera, et cetera. So US multinational corporations through their governments and the EU are seeking to stake their part of that lucrative market, and therefore having a stable democratic dispensation in the Congo is not in the interest of them. China's penetration on the continent has attempted to resolve some of the problems that characterizes people's lives through its
what I observed exactly
through its Belt and Road Initiative, and especially in Mali, you would have seen that through China's efforts, also of resource exchange, it has been able to build an important infrastructural basis that can assist Mali to go forward. It was building bridges and other important infrastructure that sustains the material conditions of the people. In Ethiopia, China's had major investments that it has made, but also the position that China has taken is that it does not interfere in the internal affairs of the country, which the United States and European countries have been doing. The reason why much of West Africa continues to be unstable is as a result of France's continued interference in that region. And I mean, even today, France continues to hold the currencies of much of West Africa. In the ECOWAS region, the printing of the common currency of ECOWAS is done in Paris. So all of those contradictions continue to perpetuate the instability, but also hold back much of Africa as we speak. And therefore, you would have seen that the voting patterns at the recent, as we were pointing out, United Nations Assembly and other places there, was that the majority of African countries were not voting in favor of the resolution proposed by the US.
I see.
They failed.
I see.
Rather to be neutral, but importantly, they were not against Russia's position in respect of the Ukraine.
I see. There will be not another 1918 Paris conference, and each country has to decide about their destiny, especially in the African countries. Thank you very much, sir, for your contribution. And we really appreciate again to all of the contributors to this workshop, and have a great time for the 4th season.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, this is Cüneyt Akalın. This is the fourth section. Am I right to get in?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I salute all the guests and the participants. It was a very fruitful discussion on the construction of a new world in the context of Ukrainian war led by Russia. We already feel in Turkey, we are next to Ukraine and Russia. We already feel the consequences of the war. We have a lot of Ukrainian refugees. We already had a lot of Syrian refugees, Afghan refugees, and now we have a lot of Ukrainian refugees. So it's a very important subject for us as well. I say merhaba, selamun alaikum, and Heidi, which is also a very largely used Turkish words, meaning let's go to the discussion. We have guests from remote countries from America. We start with Professor Rotika Desai from Canada. She is director of a group of economical research, geopolitical economy research group. Please, Professor Desai, the microphone is yours. You hear me, Professor Desai? Professor Desai.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great honor and privilege to be part of this company. I am sorry I wasn't able to be here earlier because it is 6. I was here at 6 a.m. and it's 6:45 in the morning. Thank you also, Dr. Akalin, for introducing me. And I would like to add that in addition to directing the Geopolitical Economy Research Group, I also convene another body that I think many of you will be interested in. It's called the International Manifesto Group, and I have put the link in the chat here. And you will see that we have many activities, including a manifesto, which has a Turkish translation. So there are many translations of which we have been lucky enough to obtain a Turkish one. So please take a look at it. I think you will find it very interesting. Okay, let me get to my remarks for today. I have titled my remarks, "The US Contribution to the Emerging World Order." It's an ironic title, and it refers to the United States' entirely inadvertent contribution to the emerging world order, because what I'm saying is that things have become so bad for the West, for the United States, that in fact, the very things that they are doing to try to preserve the old order, try to preserve their old privileged position, is actually undermining that position. And I would also add one other thing. I wasn't able to hear all the speakers, much to my regret, and I hope there will be recordings later. But for the moment, I did hear Keith Bennett and Chris Matalco, and of course I agree with them, but I would add one other thing. In addition to understanding and uncovering and exposing the maximalist, the profiteering and other such intent of the United States and Western countries, I think we have to add one other element. And that is that it is quite possible that these countries are no longer in control. The governments of these countries are no longer in control. And they are pulled and pushed in different directions. For example, Keith was talking about the inflation. I think that once inflation hits, and its cause is not only the war, but nevertheless, I don't think they're necessarily going to be able to keep this alleged unity of NATO, etc. Anyway, with that preface, let me continue my remarks. So things are really bad when employing the only means left to stave off disaster, it brings that disaster closer. This is the story of the most powerful of the numerous sanctions the United States and its allies have used against Russia in the war it is waging against Russia. I feel that the current war is a war of the United States and the West against Russia, currently being conducted over Ukraine, where Ukraine is a pawn, Ukraine is the military theater, but it is not exactly the target. And it is a West's war. So Anyway, so this action was they froze Russia's central bank reserves. Initially, it appeared spectacularly effective, sending the ruble plunging, forcing Russian central banks to jack up interest rates, to an economy choking 20% and leading a herd of Western corporations to stampede out of Russia. The Council on Foreign Relations' Sebastian Mallaby was among the many intellectuals who was jubilant. In a column in the Washington Post, he grandly announced that the West has invented a new weapon, freezing a country's reserves, which can turn a financially sound economy into a basket case. However, he turned out to be engaging in the sort of delusional thinking that appears increasingly common inside the Beltway in Washington. The US move was clearly aimed to ensure that nearly 60% of Russia's enormous reserves of over $630 billion held in Western financial institutions would become unavailable for use. But as we know, since given what has happened since with Russia's ingenious demand to its purchasers, to its customers, that they pay for its energy by making deposits in the Gazprom Bank, this has largely turned this around and the ruble has been successfully stabilized. The US also aimed, according to Mallaby, at damaging Putin's reputation as a good economic manager, and for precisely these reasons, it actually failed to do so. But his most fundamental argument concerns the United States dollar and financial system, which Michael Hudson and I in a recent paper dubbed the dollar creditocracy. It is built, as we all know, on a foundation of debt owed by the United States to the rest of the world, which US apologists who talk about US hegemony and dollar hegemony claim is simply the world depositing its money in the US because the American financial system inspires such confidence. Mallaby's core argument is that by denying creditors access to their assets, the United States has destroyed the advantages of being a creditor. What is the point of having assets if you can't access them when you need them most, he asks. What matters, he argues, is having a financial system that commands global trust based on an independent central bank and an independent legal system. Here he is saying that the United States has these things, the rest of the world does not. But there he is making the big mistake. By taking the action the United States took and led others to take, the US has demonstrated to a very attentive world that its central bank and legal systems are far from independent, that its financial system is untrustworthy. Not only are the US and EU sanctions illegal under the UN Charter, the US freezing of Russia's reserves is simply theft. It undermines such global trust as the dollar-denominated global trust in the dollar-denominated international financial system that is run out of New York and London. Worse, this is not, and by the way, as you know, the Chinese have also been holding meetings about how they are going to try and secure their assets should such a move be made against them. What's more, the US has done it before. It's done it to Venezuela, it's done it to Iran, but now doing it to Russia is something on a different order of magnitude. It's doing it to a country that is nuclear armed, it's a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, and it is a systemically important economy in the world. Indeed, as Patrick Armstrong of Russia Observer argued, by applying these sorts of sanctions, the United States appears to be saying to the world, put your money in our banks and we can confiscate it. Put your assets in our territory and we can steal them. Use our money and we can cancel it. Put your yacht in our harbor and we can pirate it. Put your gold in our vault and we can grab it. How can such a system inspire trust? The fact is that the sanctions against Russia are part of a long-established pattern of American behavior. Never having fought, let alone won, a real war, the United States has had a long-standing love affair with the so-called economic weapon, that is to say, sanctions. Effectively, you think of this as war without blood and even war without treasure. Indeed, it is a war that even has enormous opportunities for making profits. Woodrow Wilson made sanctions the foundation of his League of Nations, which of course soon failed. The sanctions also failed in the famous case of Italy against Abyssinia. United States sanctions came into their own in the post-Cold War era. While the United States imposed illegal sanctions of all sorts during the Cold War, they had limited effect because the communist bloc offered sanctioned countries such as Cuba alternative trade, technology, and investment relationships. Therefore, sanctions were not much used. After the Cold War, imposing legal United Nations Security Council-backed sanctions briefly became possible. But after their horrific effects on the people of Iraq in the 1990s, cutting Iraq's national income to 1/6 of what it had been, leading to over 500,000 deaths of children due to malnutrition, after these effects became widely known, their use became profoundly illegitimate. Thereafter, therefore, the United States searched for smart sanctions, sanctions allegedly designed not to affect ordinary people, only the elites and their wealth. And they lighted on the US dollar and the financial system. The Bush administration used it to cut terrorist financing, and it worked through compliance and over-compliance of governments and financial institutions who essentially were too afraid to even allow what was permitted in case they got sanctioned by the US. Thus, in the 21st century, the way it has been open to use financial sanctions and with the US military power and geopolitical influence manifestly declining, as we saw in Afghanistan just a few months ago, US administrations have been resorting increasingly to sanctions in the wars that have become necessary to avert its own decline. Unfortunately, they have failed to stall, let alone reverse it. There is reams of literature about how sanctions have proved ineffective. Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, all have remained unbowed. So does Russia. What is less widely discussed is that these sanctions are counterproductive. They are undermining by weaponizing the very dollar system that is the chief apparatus of American power. Because after 1971, essentially the system has operated by inviting enormous amounts of money into the American system in order to counteract the downward pressure that American deficits put on the dollar. So you simply expand the amount of financial activity. And of course, this has proven also extremely costly for the rest of the world because these expansions are essentially bubbles and they cause crises regularly, and these crises are destructive economically. And that is why after the biggest crisis of them all took place, namely the 2008 financial crisis, financial flows into the dollar system declined, particularly from Europe, and they had to be replaced by the Federal Reserve's quantitative easing program to support asset markets. They had this sort of support had already inflated the Federal Reserve's balance sheets from less than 1 trillion, which it had been throughout the 2000s, to 2 trillion in 2009. From there, with quantitative easing, it rose gradually to 4 trillion. And as the pandemic interrupted a very brief unwinding of this balance sheet, the sale of these assets, it rose to over 9 trillion in 2022. The scale of this support should be seen as the gap between the scale of the flows necessary to support the dollar and the dollar system and the inflated asset markets they rest on that constitute the chief attraction of the US dollar. So you should see that this is the level of these are the flows that should have been coming in and not coming in that the Federal Reserve has had to make good. So while talk of unwinding the Federal Reserve's balance sheet continues to keep confidence in the system. And now, of course, as you know, we have moved from talking about quantitative easing to quantitative tightening. So from QE to QT, but in reality, the ability of the Federal Reserve to sell this many assets is deeply in question. I just don't think there is a market for it. So to bring things to a conclusion, even as the dollar system is losing its allure in this fashion, its foundation is further undermined as its legal regime and payment system begin tilting in favor of American corporations one-sidedly. A prominent example of this was the case of the New York court's judgment in favor of the vulture funds that sought the full value of Argentina's debt, even though by the established rules of the game, they were entitled to only a fraction of the debt they had bought at a discount. So this had already happened back in the mid-2010s. Now the US government has added, therefore, the weaponization of system through sanctions. This weaponization only undermines faith in the system directly among the target countries and similar countries, but also indirectly among third countries, including the US's Western allies. As you know, they were very upset about the way the United States was wielding sanctions against Iran, which directly affected European companies. Excuse me. It is no wonder, therefore, that over the past 8 years, Russia has developed considerable resilience against economic sanctions, for instance, by turning its agriculture around and becoming one of the world's major agricultural exporters. Moreover, wary of mounting financial sanctions, Russia, the EU as well, and China are building alternative international payment system in various forms of SPFS, of Instex, of SIPs, respectively, as well as domestic ones such as China's Union Pay, India's RuPay, and Brazil's ELO. And they are further being coordinated internationally. Finally, it's often forgotten how the gendarmes of the dollar system, the IMF and the World Bank, have shrunk in terms of their activity. And the reach of the China-centered international financial system, including not only the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, but also major banks of the Chinese financial system, has expanded. So in effect, US sanctions are only accelerating the decline in US power and influence, which they were meant to stall. So in general, what I would like to conclude by saying is that the present situation is such that everything the US is doing, of course, the media is hyping it as profoundly successful, etc., but there are huge cracks. There are huge cracks in the sanctions possibilities, and there are also huge cracks in the unity of NATO, because the fact of the matter is that the US may have temporarily managed to convince European governments to agree to what is effectively economic suicide for their country, but that cannot last. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. I have a tiny question. I think we have time. It's rather easy to have this opportunity. And I would also remind all the other guests to, if you don't mind, they may have questions to ask you. Okay, my question is, what's the political atmosphere in Canada as far as the ordinary people is concerned? I mean, do they support US sanctions or whatever it is? Yeah.
No, that's a really important question. So let me just say a few very important things. Number one, you should know that Canada is home to the biggest diaspora of Ukrainians outside Russia.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. And thanks to deliberate government policy and encouragement, they have essentially not only encouraged the immigration of right-wing Ukrainians, but after they get here, they have encouraged the expression of a very right-wing form of Ukrainian diaspora politics. In fact, here in Winnipeg, we are home to a very large concentration of such activity. So that is, on the one hand, the case. But on the other hand, what I find astonishing is that despite the fact that the government is sending arms and making all sorts of claims about, how Canada is going to stand by Ukraine, there is actually very little ordinary people's support. Like I would have thought when I go driving out into the city, I would see Ukrainian flags everywhere. We are not seeing them. Every time I go out, maybe I'll see one, maybe I'll see two. But that would be the maximum. There is not, because I think people are concerned about their ordinary life. We have a lot of economic uncertainty. We have economic problems. There is, of course, inflation. There is now the threat of recession. So people have other concerns. And I would say one other thing. One of the things you may not know is that Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, is not very popular. And it is quite possible that he will not remain a Prime Minister for very long. As you may have heard, he has agreed with one of the opposition parties to continue his government for until the end of the term. But during this time, he may very well step down. And if he does, the person most likely to succeed him is the Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland, who is not only the Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, but she leads the government's efforts on Ukraine. And she is the granddaughter of a banderista. And she is very proud of that. So you can imagine the kind of future into which Canada is going. And one final point I will make is that, two quick other points. Like all Western liberal democracies, Canada is essentially suffering from a big mismatch or disarticulation between what the leaders are doing and so on, and what ordinary people want. The usual connections that exist between people and their leaders are increasingly cut. So the political system seems to operate in a bubble of its own. In this context, our right-wing party, the Conservative Party, is now undergoing, they got rid of a moderate leader, because you may have heard about the Freedom Convoy in January and February. And this Freedom Convoy has succeeded in putting Canada's right-wing party on a path to going even further to the right. Okay, and that, I think that is going to include support for Ukraine, etc. So that's what I would say. So in Canada, I hope this gives you some idea of what's going on the ground.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. And it was informative for me. Thank you. Is there any questions to Professor Desai, dear guests and participants? Well, if no, thank you very much. And it was I noted your link, International Manifesto. I will tell my friends to get in touch with you and to have more cooperation in the future. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now it's Latin Americans' turn. This is I'm sorry if I pronounce wrong. Guillermo Barreto, Venezuela, former Minister of Environment. Senor Barreto, are you here? Hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Great. Hello.
Okay.
The microphone is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Well, first, I would like to thank you for the invitation on behalf of the Simón Bolívar Institute for Peace and Solidarity. We are happy to be here.
Simón Bolívar Institute.
That's it. Well, my English is not that fluent as I wish, but I will try to do my best. Okay, let's see. On February 24th, President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, ordered a special military operation in neighboring Ukraine to protect the local people of Donbass, to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. A few days before, the Russian government had recognized the independence of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic. At that moment, the Ukrainian armed forces, backed by nationalistic regimes, including the infamous and notorious Azov Battalion, were bombarding and attacking civilian and military targets in that territory, as they had been doing during the last 8 years, while the so-called international community remained completely indifferent. The Western news immediately responded by condemning what they call a Russian invasion of Ukraine aiming at its occupation, something the Russian government has denied numerous times. Since then, the narrative has been riddled with unfounded accusations about human rights violations and alleged war crimes by the Russian troops. A truly hybrid war is taking place, where we have witnessed the use of news media and social networks to manipulate the public, to disseminate fake news, and to censor alternative media, in parallel with the implementation of economic and political sanctions, financial control, and pressure to governments to stick to the line imposed by the US. We have even seen, for example, how vaccines have been denied to countries that refused to join to the sanctions against Russia. The recent coup d'etat in Pakistan, for example, a country that had declared neutrality in the conflict, but with important rapprochement to Russia and China, would be matter for investigation in the coming month. What's the role of the Department of State there? What's the role of the American embassy in that coup? It is hard under these circumstances to know for certain what is happening on the ground, even though there are elements that allow us to evaluate the reasons that compelled Russia to initiate the operation, elements that have been previously discussed with some level of detail. What brings us today here is a motivation to share some points that we think may contribute to the debate on the consequences of the conflict. As a first point, I will bring 2 points here. The first point, we could analyze who is coming out as the clear winner, at least at the beginning of this event. Everything points to the USA. In fact, we used to say that Latin America was the backyard of the USA. Today, we can say that after this conflict, the US succeeded in making Europe its backyard. This is something that had been planned for several years, and it comes to no surprise. In 2019, a public report from the RAND Corporation entitled Overextending and Unbalancing Russia made several recommendations on actions that the US government should take to weaken Russia, break its ties to Europe, and take control of the European markets. The RAND Corporation is a North American think tank whose mission is, as they said, help improving policy and decision-making through research and analysis. Provoking a war in Ukraine, wearing down Russia is explicitly outlined in that report. The complete lack of willingness to find political and diplomatic solutions show that the US, the war in Ukraine was part of a larger project. For the US was a project itself. The imposition of sanctions and the isolation of Russia is also part of the recommendations from that report. The paralysis of the Nord Stream 2 project, for example, after exerting so much pressure, was finally achieved in this conflict. The US then becomes the main energy provider at prices that triple the cost of energy supplied by Russia, which generates immense profits to the US companies and corporations, and at the same time increase European subservience to the US. Europe is already feeling the effects of the sanctions imposed to Russia as a boomerang that is affecting fuel, gas, and food prices, without taking into account that Europe is providing the ground for this war and, of course, the dead bodies. The conflict has already managed to rescue NATO under the absolute leadership of the US, whose policy has been and continues to be that of maintaining a state of permanent war in the world. We should keep in mind that for the US, war became not a mean to reach a goal, but a goal in itself. War is what keeps alive the American industrial and military apparatus, the base of its economy. In the beginning, therefore, we could say that the conflict gave USA both substantial revenues and political domain over Europe, aiming at weakening Russia while pointing at the real goal, to neutralize China. Whatever outcome USA expected, we are not talking about the mathematical thing, a mathematical calculation that everything is there. An important number of countries whose populations add to more than 50% of world population did not stick to the sanction regime. Sanction itself have not been able to produce the political instability inside Russia as it was projected by the recommendations made in the RAND Corporation report. In fact, among other consequences, the conflict seems to be accelerating the transition between an economy centered in dollars and a new post-dollar economy. We know that Saudi Arabia and China have been talking already about future exchanges based on yuans. Russia demanded that countries that joined to the sanctions regime pay their gas in rubles. And recently, here in Latin America, Inácio Lula da Silva from Brazil rescued an idea already proposed by President Chavez to create a South American currency that Lula named SUR for financial transaction within the region. The consequences of the conflict in this regard are still to be seen, but important changes at the global level seem to be rising. With respect to countries such as Venezuela, we can expect some initial negative effects from the blockade against Russia, given that due to the illegal sanctions our country has been subjected to, Russia has turned into an important commercial ally. That will affect us probably negatively at the beginning. The weakening of the US on the other side as a superpower could signify important opportunities for our country depending on the conflict's outcome. Politically, the outlook in South America presents interesting changes and the possibility of becoming independent, even if only partially, of the dollar system, could mean the strengthening of the Latin American system and its relation with the rest of the world. There is a second issue that we believe is important to highlight, which is related with the rise and reemergence of fascism at the global level, but especially in Europe, a tendency that does not appear to be taken seriously into account, especially by the left in Europe. In fact, as part of the sanctions, the US and its subordinate governments, like the European Union, have opted to generate anti-Russian sentiments in the population and open an unbridled Russophobia, which had led to situations as absurd as closing Russian literature courses, impeding the participation of Russian athletes in international sport competitions, and generalized sense of rejection to anything related to Russian history, culture, language, and origin. Racism, xenophobia, Islamophobia are expressions of discriminations that have been present in Europe for centuries. Discrimination exists, but it is not celebrated. It is not talked about in the media. No jokes about it are made. Russophobia is now telling the world that hate speech is now tolerable. Russophobia is naturalizing open discrimination based on a national origin. Hate speech has dangerously become something politically accepted. It's not a secret that Ukrainian government is made out of neo-fascist elements and that Nazi the ideology, supremacist views, and the justification of genocide based on the ethnic origin are a reality and a daily practice in the regions with ethnic Russian population. Western social media have even allowed hate messages within the sphere. The battalions of Ukrainian neo-fascists openly use Nazi symbols, and Ukrainian youth is being unrestrictedly taught Nazi ideology, giving way to a process similar to the one imposed to German youth under the Third Reich. I know that many have seen videos, for example, of girls walking on the street doing, Hail Ukraine, something like that. And the swastika is openly used by the Azov battalion. It's not that I'm saying they are Nazi because I'm trying to offend them. It's that they say they are Nazi. It is not necessary to remind everyone about the risk this implies, not only for the Ukraine, but for the rest of Europe, where extreme right groups feel empowered with their discourse. And Russophobia has given them solid footing to operate freely. Can Europe stop this dangerous trend for the world? Are the governments or that government conscious of what they could be sowing? Is the European people aware of the gates it is opening? It seems that there is still time to stop this, but not much. European history teaches us what this implies and how difficult it is to revert it once it has consolidated. The Ukraine conflict is not a conflict between Russia and the Ukraine. It is a construct of the United States under its current decadence, where it seeks to maintain world domination at any cost, including reviving Nazism and placing the world on the brink of a world war of nuclear dimensions, which of course mean the end of humanity. That's what I wanted to say to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was Very nice. So it's we used to defend Marx and Engels or other European communists against European fascists. Now it's once again our turn to defend Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, Tchaikovsky to Ukrainian fascists. That's the way it goes. Say hello to Bolivarian revolutionaries, and very nice to listen to you. I hope we shall go on with this cooperation. Any questions to Signor Barreto? Any questions? I have a tiny question. Turkey and Venezuela, I mean, it's about some out of context, but still, as you are here, Turkey and Venezuela, they have good context, you see. What do you see the future of the relation? I mean, is it a long-lasting relation or is it just a temporary relation?
Say again, because there was something I couldn't hear. Fine.
Relation in between Turkey and Venezuela. Is it going to be a long-lasting relation or it's just a temporary one?
No, I think it's a long-lasting relation. We have become very good allies, very good friends, in fact. And there are many, not only in traditional commercial interchange, but it's going more than that. It's a relation that make closer the both peoples. We hear even schools where Turkish is taught, for example. We have promoting interchange of students, promoting interchange of scientists. So it's nice now that the relation with the Turkey and Venezuela. And as I can see, it's a long-lasting relation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Now it's Professor Fernando Esteches.
I think
Argentina. Is it correct? Am I pronouncing it wrong? Professor Fernando Esteche, Argentina.
I think before Mrs. Desai has something to ask.
Okay, okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, since you asked for questions for Guillermo, I thought I would ask if Guillermo is still able to answer, because I know that recently there was a big conference in Venezuela on the subject of contemporary fascism, on the rise of fascism. And I just wanted to invite him to say something perhaps about what we thought were some of the most important questions that were discussed and what were some of the most interesting, shall we say, issues arising from, how do you count, given, is Trump fascistic? Was, are some of the other movements, right-wing movements that are emerging around the world fascistic, etc. If you could say a little bit more about the discussions at your conference, that would be very nice. Thank you. Because I think it's a really important subject for our time.
Igual fue una de las cuestiones más interesantes, digamos, que surgieron de, ya sabes, cuentas. Dado que usted sabe, el estado fascista de Trump fue, ya sabe, son algunos de nosotros.
I think the question was for you, right? Listening to you, please.
Yeah.
Yes, you ask about our response to fascism, basically. Recently, we have in 2002, there was an attempt to a coup against President Chavez, and in that moment, the movement against Chavez was obviously fascist. I mean, not the traditional right opposition. It was fascist. And the method they used, the language they used was fascist. So that was 2002, 20 years before. So we organized this last month, international forum, anti-fascist forum. We invite many people and try to put that on agenda, try to put the thing of fascism, discussing the fascism on agenda. Because, fascism is already there. The fascists are always there. They're just waiting for their moment. And that's what we saw as a real threat. And it's very important to recognize the difference between a traditional right movement to the fascist movement, because we could empty the world if we use it, you know, just to offend someone. Oh, you are a fascist because you are not agree with you. No, we say fascist is something clearly defined. It's an ideology based on hate, ideology based on supremacy and violence. And that happened here in 2002. And since then, we are fighting against that always. The part of the opposition, well, Guaidó is already nothing. Guaidó became nothing. But the people like him and the people around him are not right, are fascists, are people who think they are superior, people who are racist, and people violent in their methods. So I think we're very interested in this forum here because bring people from everywhere and put the theme, put the issue on agenda. Now what's happening in Ukraine, tell us, okay, we organized that before Ukraine conflict started. Then with the conflict in Ukraine, we say, listen, it's there. And you know what is something that is worrying is that the mercenaries, for example, that is now fighting in Ukraine, many of them are Europeans. Many of them will go back to their countries. And there is a known number of weapons and guns which are there and will return to Europe. They are there. They will be there, hiding, waiting for their moment. And that is what we have to talk about openly and to warn, especially the left in Europe, which became, so the left talking about the anti-war speech, but the war is not the same. It's not the same, the war is independence in Venezuela and the invasion of Iraq. It's not the same. We're against war. Everybody has to be against war, but not every war is the same. And in this case, this war is openly a dangerous door, which is the fascist thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions to Senor Barreto? No. Well, thank you then. And we go to Professor Fernando Esteje from Argentina. Hello, Professor Esteje, is that correct? I don't know. Sorry if I pronounce wrong.
Hola,
yeah.
hola.
Hola, hola.
Yes,
yeah, please. The microphone is yours.
Bueno, una guerra contra Rusia y contra Europa. Lo que está sucediendo hoy en Europa Oriental es una guerra diferida impulsada por la OTAN.
Speak in Spanish, and a friend of us will make the translation. Yeah, okay.
Yes. Lo que está sucediendo hoy en Europa Oriental es una guerra diferida impulsada por la OTAN como brazo militar del globalismo financiero contra Rusia y contra Europa. Contra Rusia para neutralizar sus potencialidades, contra Europa para afianzar su subordinación y desbaratar las posibilidades de autonomía. No se trata de una guerra iniciada a partir de la operación especial rusa, sino que es la continuidad de una guerra que fue implantada por la OTAN en 2014 a partir del derrocamiento dirigido por la misma del presidente ucraniano Yanukovych del Partido de la Región.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. What is happening today in Eastern Europe is a deferred war promoted by NATO as the military arm of financial globalism against Russia and against Europe. Against Russia to neutralize its potentialities, against Europe to deepen its subordination under the United States and disrupt possibilities of autonomy. This is not a war started by the Russian special operation, but rather it is the continuation of a war that was begun by NATO in 2014 after the NATO-led overthrow of Ukrainian President Yanukovych of the Party of Regions.
Ya en los inicios de los 90, cuando ocurre la disolución de la Unión Soviética, la OTAN se compromete con Gorbachev a no avanzar sobre lo que había sido espacio soviético para no militarizar la zona. No obstante, sucesivamente fue incorporando países ex-soviéticos a la OTAN, Desde el 2004 en adelante, primero los países bálticos, luego los demás, sumó 16, duplicando sus miembros originarios a pesar de su compromiso. Esto, junto a la red de bases en el Cáucaso y la articulación del AUKUS, incluyendo el intento de incorporar a Japón después del colapso inminente del Quad, producen lo que se conoce como un anillo de contención militar sobre Rusia, pero también sobre China, rodeando a los dos países con bases militares y armamento nuclear. China y Rusia son la principal hipótesis del conflicto planteada como enemigos sistémicos por el propio Stoltenberg.
Already in the early 90s, when the dissolution of the Soviet Union republics occurred, NATO agreed to Gorbachev, or promised to Gorbachev, not to advance on what had been the Soviet space, that is, not to militarize that area. However, it successively incorporated ex-Soviet countries into NATO from 2004 onwards. First the Baltics, then the rest. It added 16 countries, doubling its original member numbers, despite its previous commitment. This, together with the network of bases in the Caucasus and the articulation of the AUKUS, including the attempt to incorporate Japan after the imminent collapse of the Quad, produced what is known as a ring of military containment over Russia, but also over China. These two countries were surrounded with military bases and nuclear weapons. China and Russia are the main conflict hypotheses raised as systemic enemies by the NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg himself.
La intención de la OTAN como brazo armado del globalismo financiero es: 1. Asegurarse la cabeza de puente euroasiática que evitaría la consolidación de Rusia como potencia integrada a Ucrania y desbarataría un eje euroasiático multipolarista. 2. Insistir en el intento de consolidación de un núcleo de seguridad europeo atlantista conformado por el corredor Francia, Alemania, Polonia, Ucrania, subalternizado al poder norteamericano. En esto tienen serios problemas con Francia y Alemania. 3. Evitar la profundización del despegue económico productivo autónomo de los Estados Unidos de parte de Europa. 4. Controlar la periferia de Eurasia e ir ganando en profundidad para evitar que cualquier potencia emergente dispute primacía de Estados Unidos en Europa. 5. Subyace la idea de fracturar a Rusia para debilitarla.
The intention of NATO as the armed arm of financial globalism is the following. First, secure the Eurasian bridgehead that would prevent the consolidation of Russia as a power integrated with Ukraine and disrupt the multipolarist Eurasian axis. Secondly, insist on the attempt to consolidate an Atlanticist European security nucleus made up of the Germany, Poland, Ukraine corridor, subalternized to North American power. In this effort, Washington has serious problems with France and Germany. Thirdly, avoid deepening the autonomous productive economic takeoff of the United States from Europe. Thirdly, to avoid the deepening of the autonomous productive economic takeoff of Europe from the United States, that is, distancing of Europe from the United States. Fourth, control the periphery of Eurasia and gaining depth to prevent any emerging power from disputing the primacy of the United States in Europe. 5, underlying it is the idea of fracturing Russia or weakening it.
Europa enfrenta su inminente decadencia si pretende desacoplarse de Asia. Los gobiernos pueden estar cautivos del encanto pérfido de las presiones imperialistas, pero los pueblos están para torcer ese destino de oprobio y miseria. Ucrania puede ser la primera gran derrota del atlantismo ante el multipolarismo. Puede ser la derrota del atlantismo frente al europeísmo y el eurasianismo. Puede convertirse en la derrota de la vieja táctica de guerra económica en un mundo que mira hacia Asia despreocupado del dólar y de Occidente. Es el primer gran capítulo del nuevo mundo y no estamos hablando de ganar o perder militarmente. Aún en las peores eventuales situaciones de resultados militares, el mundo ya cambió. Los daños estructurales a las torres de sostenimiento del globalismo unipolarista ya fueron concretadas.
Europe faces imminent decline if it intends to decouple from Asia. The governments there in Europe may be captives of the perfidious charm of the imperialist pressures, but the peoples are here to twist that fate of opprobrium and misery. Ukraine may be the first great defeat of Atlanticism against multipolarism. It may be the defeat of Atlanticism against Europeanism and Eurasianism. It may turn out to be the defeat of the old tactic of economic warfare in a world that looks to Asia, unconcerned about the dollar and the West. It is the first great chapter of the new world. We are not talking about winning or losing militarily. Even in the worst possible situation of military results, the world has already changed. The structural damage to the support towers of the Atlanticist unipolarist globalism have already been materialized.
La guerra económica que se hace más fuerte a partir del 2014 por la importancia sistémica de Rusia y China, también como guerra comercial, y las sanciones a Venezuela que se suman a embargos a Cuba y República Islámica de Irán, nos muestran una faceta de guerra híbrida que resulta para sus impulsores inconducente. Esta táctica orada y golpea a la globalización, incluso puede horadar al dólar como moneda de reserva y como medio de pago y como unidad de cuenta, como moneda global. Vemos a partir de esto cómo se diversifican las reservas de distintos países. Es un dispositivo que, lejos de anular las capacidades de los países asediados, disparan condiciones que permanecían en latencia y crean nuevas situaciones probablemente irreversibles. La cuestión de la divisa de cambio es un claro ejemplo.
The economic war becomes stronger since 2014 due to the systemic importance of Russia in China, including the sphere of trade war, and the sanctions on Venezuela, in addition to those embargoes on Cuba and the Islamic Republic of Iran. This shows us a facet of hybrid warfare that is, for its promoters, inconducive. This tactic pierces and strikes at globalization. It can even pierce the dollar as a reserve currency, as a means of payment, as a unit of account, and as a global currency. We already see results in how different countries diversify their currency reserves. It is a disposition that, far from nullifying the capacities of the besieged countries, triggers conditions that remain dormant and creating new situations that are probably irreversible. The currency issue is a clear example.
La batalla de Ucrania altera el orden económico y geopolítico mundial porque cambia el comercio de energía. Se reconfiguran las cadenas de suministro, se fragmentan las redes de pago y los países reconsideran las tenencias de dólar como reserva. Hay un nivel de interconexión en el sistema productivo y financiero transnacional que únicamente podría haber desacoples en núcleos tecnológicos y financieros puntuales, pero aislados, no como sistema. Es imposible la desconexión con China, impensable la desconexión con el gran taller manufacturero mundial. No hay exterioridad, no se puede pensar la desconexión con Rusia y su rol en provisión de energía y alimentos al mundo.
The battle in Ukraine disrupts the global economic and geopolitical order as energy trade changes, supply chains are reconfigured, payment networks are fragmented, and countries reconsider holdings of the dollar as reserves. There is a level of interconnection in the transnational productive and financial system that could only be decoupled in specific technological and financial nuclei, but isolated, not as a system. Disconnection from China is impossible. The disconnection from the great global manufacturing workshop is unthinkable. There is no externality. The disconnection from Russia, given its role in providing energy and food to the world, cannot even be imagined.
No hay bloques separados autosuficientes. El entramado tiene tal complejidad que nos encontramos en situaciones como la de Japón o Australia, con intereses y conductas contradictorias. El camino indio de alineación múltiple planteado por el canciller Jaishankar no solo está siendo aplicado por India, sino que también la vienen practicando distintos países. Europa deberá medir los tiempos de la recuperación y consolidación de su autonomía y asumir la posibilidad de su polaridad independiente en un nuevo orden, o resignarse a colapsar. Es claro que a pesar de todo lo expresado, el globalismo, lejos de desacelerar su acción predadora, continúa acentuando su guerrerismo, su política de condicionamiento y patrullaje, siendo Malvinas, las bases de Chipre, el archipiélago de Chagos y otros tantos territorios ocupados para instalación de bases ofensivas para la OTAN o para OTAN.
There are no separate self-sufficient blocks. The framework is so complex that we find ourselves in situations like Japan or Australia with contradictory interests and behaviors. The Indian path of multiple alignment proposed by Foreign Minister Jai Shankar is not only being applied by the country presided over by Narendra Modi, but it is also being practiced by different other countries as well. Europe will have to measure the times of the recovery and consolidation of its autonomy and assume the possibility of its independent polarity in a new order, or resign itself to collapse. It is clear that despite everything that globalism has said, far from slowing down its predatory action, it continues to accentuate its warmongering, its policy of conditioning and patrolling, be it in the Malvinas, be it on the bases in Cyprus, the Chapos Archipelago, and many other territories which are occupied or are going to be occupied as NATO bases and are being prepared to be used for NATO offensives.
Los países exportadores de petróleo de nuestra América, como México, Venezuela, Ecuador, Trinidad y Tobago, Guyana y Brasil, podrían beneficiarse de los precios más altos. Lo mismo los países productores de alimentos y demás commodities. Esto los fortalece en cuanto a la posibilidad de pensar una recreación de un endeudamiento regional autónomo que incorpora nuevamente a Venezuela y un Brasil que deberá resolverse entre el multipolarismo de su alianza estratégica BRICS o su sumisión al atlantismo. Venezuela, descancelada por Estados Unidos, podría volver a producir 3 millones de barriles diarios de petróleo. Venezuela en la región suramericana sigue ostentando las condiciones necesarias para liderar un proceso de integración regional en el esquema del sur global multipolar, por estructura económica y por su capacidad política de identificar las posibilidades históricas de construcción de la soberanía antiimperialista.
The oil exporting countries of our Americas, such as Mexico, Venezuela, Ecuador, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, and Brazil, may benefit from higher prices. The same goes for food or commodity producing countries. This strengthens them in terms of the possibility of thinking of a recreation of an autonomous regional bloc that once again incorporates Venezuela, while it faces a Brazil that will have to decide between the multipolarism of its BRICS strategic alliance or its submission to Atlanticism. Venezuela, uncancelled by the United States, that is, taken off by the United States from being a target, could once again produce 3 million barrels of oil per day. Venezuela in the South American region continues to have the necessary conditions to lead the regional integration process in the scheme of the multipolar global South. Due to its economic structure and its political capacity to identify the historical possibilities of building anti-imperialist sovereignty.
Pero no hay que dejar de advertir la consolidación del redespliegue imperialista en la región que ha afianzado su capacidad de sobredeterminación de las conductas de los países. América Latina está sumergida hoy en una neocolonización creciente de la que escapan pocos países. Por eso el alumbramiento de esta nueva era multipolar la encuentra con condiciones objetivas muy favorables, pero carente de subjetividad en ese sentido como región. La implosión del Grupo Lima, conservador y pro-norteamericano, que además perdió ímpetu por los propios resultados electorales e incluso en Perú, no indica un giro del posicionamiento geopolítico de la región, como tampoco debe sobreestimarse la potencialidad ni el carácter del progresista Grupo Puebla.
But we must not fail to note the consolidation of the imperialist redeployment in the region, which has strengthened its ability to over-determine the conduct of the countries. Latin America is today submerged in a growing neo-colonization from which only few countries escape. That is why the birth of this new multipolar world, multipolar era, finds it with very favorable objective conditions, but lacks subjectivity in that sense as a region. The implosion of the conservative and pro-American Lima group, which also lost momentum due to the electoral results themselves, even in Peru, does not indicate a shift in the region's geopolitical position, nor should the potentiality or character of the progressive Puebla group be overestimated.
Son muy claras las dificultades de funcionamiento de la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños, CELAC, a arduas expensas del gobierno mexicano. La batalla de Ucrania y el reposicionamiento timoniado por Estados Unidos de la OEA han evidenciado los alineamientos de los gobiernos de la región. Venezuela y Nicaragua, y obviamente la heroica Cuba, como cabeza de playa del nuevo redespliegue imperial, son los gobiernos y países más atacados por Estados Unidos, y cómo cada gobierno se posiciona al respecto habla de su alineamiento o nivel de autonomía o sujeción respecto de Estados Unidos.
The difficulties of functioning of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC, at the arduous expense of the Mexican government are very clear. The battle in Ukraine and the US-led repositioning of the Organization of American States, OAS, have revealed the alignments of the governments in the region. Venezuela and Nicaragua, and obviously the heroic Cuba as the beachhead of the new imperial redeployment, are the governments and countries most attacked by the United States, and how each government positions itself in this regard in relation to them speaks of its alignment of or level of autonomy or subjection with respect to the United States of America.
Entre el amplio haz de dispositivos de condicionamiento político con que los que trabaja el imperialismo, tenemos el neogolpismo combinado con golpes tradicionales, la constitución de nuevas derechas de distinto tipo como el pretoriano pentecostés de Bolsonaro en Brasil o Kast en Chile, o la nueva derecha neoconservadora empresarial de Macri en Argentina, en la calle Pou en Uruguay o Piñeri en Chile, el lawfare cuando no las persecuciones abiertas o ilegalizaciones o aniquilamiento de líderes populares, el sabotaje destituyente y finalmente el transformismo expresado en gran cantidad de los liderazgos denominados nuevos progresismos. Los organismos de Bretton Woods se han revitalizado y son un vector determinante en el condicionamiento y sobredeterminación política de los países que no pueden desembarazarse de la trampa del endeudamiento y financiación. Argentina nuevamente vuelve a ser laboratorio de sus más deplorables esquemas. Pero a partir de la batalla de Ucrania, que viene a instalar de manera inexorable el multipolarismo, contemplando incluso el documento mencionado de Putin y Xi, y en la eventualidad de treguas reguladas de este momento de guerra imperial desesperada, entendemos además que nuestra región, de no mediar acciones políticas nacionales antiimperialistas, terminará en una eventual nueva Yalta consagrada como espacio de influencia de Estados Unidos.
Among the wide range of political conditioning devices with which imperialism works, we have the neo-coups combined with traditional coups, the constitution of new rights of different types, such as the Pentecostal Praetorian of Bolsonaro in Brazil or Kast in Chile, or the new business neoconservative right represented by Macri in Argentina, Lacalle Pou in Uruguay, and Piñera in Chile. Lawfare actions against, when not even open persecution and outlawing of or annihilation of popular leaders, destituent sabotage, and finally the transformism expressed in a large number of the leaderships called so-called new progressivism. The Bretton Woods organizations have been revitalized and are a determining factor in the conditioning and political overdetermination of the countries that cannot get rid of the debt and financing trap. Argentina once again becomes the laboratory of its most deplorable schemes. But from the Battle of Ukraine that comes to inexorably install multipolarism, even contemplating the document of Putin and Xi of the establishment of a new era of international relations, and in the eventuality of regulated truces of this moment of desperate imperial war, we also understand that our region does, if not mediating national anti-imperialist political actions, and in an eventual new Yalta consecrated as space and influence of the United States of America.
Está claro que luego de la recuperación del gobierno de parte del MAS en Bolivia, la victoria de AMLO en México, apoyado por sectores de izquierda, que fue sucedido por el triunfo en Argentina de Alberto Fernández con la impronta de Cristina Kirchner, preanunciaban la posibilidad de articular un nuevo eje de desarrollo autónomo regional. La expectativa en la muy probable victoria de Lula, sin detenerse en el marco de alianzas que sostienen esa posibilidad, muy similar a lo que empoderó al gobierno de Dilma Rousseff, pero además también lo desempoderó, sumado a las victorias de Perú, Honduras y Chile, hacen que surja cierto entusiasmo en la posibilidad de un nuevo ciclo de gobiernos populares. Pero lo cierto es que eso se trata de transformismo, según Gramsci, y que las persistencias neoliberales al interior de cada país, así como la política exterior de alineación automática al imperio, evidencian lo expuesto.
It is clear that after the recovery of the government by the MAS in Bolivia, the victory of Andrés Manuel López Obrador in Mexico, supported by sectors of the left, and the following victory in Argentina of Alberto Fernández with the imprint of Cristina Kirchner, all these heralded the possibility of articulating a new axis of autonomous regional development. The expectation of the very likely victory of Lula in Brazil, without stopping in the framework of alliances that support that possibility, very similar to what empowered the government of Dilma Rousseff, but also disempowered it. Adding to that, the victories of Peru, Honduras, and Chile. These developments all give rise to a certain enthusiasm in the possibility of a new cycle of popular governments. But the truth is that this is also about transformism, as Gramsci theorized it, and that the neoliberal persistence within each country, as well as foreign policy of automatic alignment with the empire, evidences the above.
La posibilidad de una rearticulación de unidad regional depende nuevamente de la voluntad de Brasil, que ya en campaña electoral encuentra a Lula anunciando el nuevo Banco del Sur y la canasta de monedas latinoamericanas. Pero esos anuncios no parecerían contemplar o mensurar el estado de neocolonización de la región, aunque son auspiciosos en cuanto a la posibilidad de poder por lo menos intentarlo y terminar así de desmantelar la estructura residual de dominación del globalismo financiero para integrarnos como región a un mundo más justo y equitativo. El 13% del planeta, básicamente anglosajón, ya no puede dominar a otro 87% del mundo. El mundo unipolar está siendo fatalmente desmoronado. Qué difícil esto de hablar con idioma prestado.
The possibility of a rearticulation of regional unity depends again on the will of Brazil, where the already campaigning Lula announces the founding of a new Bank of the South and the basket of Latin American currencies. But these announcements do not seem to contemplate or measure the state of neocolonization in the region, although they are auspicious in terms of the possibility of being able to at least try to, and thus finish, dismantling the residual structure of domination of financial globalism to integrate us as a region into a more just and equitable world. 13% of the planet, basically Anglo-Saxon, can no longer dominate the other 87% of the world. The unipolar world is being fatally unraveled. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Esteche. I would like to thank also Yunus Soner, a very old friend of us, an excellent translator. We knew it, and you also saw it. I would like to ask if there's a question, and any question to ask to Professor Esteche. If not, it's now another African's turn, Mr. Ömer Sidibe,
Yes.
a PhD student from Moscow University. We'll have the microphone. Mr. Ömer, you are here, I suppose.
I'm here. Do you hear me?
Okay, okay. We are listening to you, please.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues and friends. I would like, first of all, to thank you for the invitation to this esteemed conference. I would like also to take the opportunity to express my gratitude to Vatan Party, which I remember support Mali, my country, on which ECOWAS imposed illegal and degrading sanctions. If Vatan Party representatives are here, I want to tell you that we are grateful and will remember. Dear colleagues, my intervention will be based on one fundamental question. How can we explain that Mali, a former French colony, speaking French as an official language, having had an important economic and diplomatic relation with France, and which moreover requests military aid from France in 2012 to face its security challenges, has come to kick out the same France in 2022 from its territory in the same way as the European Takuba force to embrace Russia and develop partnership with the Shanghai Alliance, including as well, actually, Turkey. When experts and the Western press talk about these subjects, they summarize everything in one word: anti-French sentiment. I did not come here to talk about that. I will go a bit deeper. I wish, far from the absurd concept of the anti-French sentiment or the same type of argument about Russia's exclusive manipulation of Malian public opinion, to give you the concrete, factual, political, and geopolitical elements that explain the deterioration of Franco-Malian relation and the obvious need for Mali to diversify its partnerships, in particular to strengthen its partnership with Russia. Everyone knows that Mali has been fighting a war since 2012, both against terrorism and the Tuareg separatism. But since 2012, Mali, more than anything, has been fighting a war to defend its sovereignty. And I would like to begin my remarks with what the former minister and famous Malian writer Seydou Badian Kouyaté said in 2018. Now I'm quoting: "These are the French politicians who are behind the MNLA separatists. Their game is known, their game is clear to us, but let them continue. They may have a battle because today we have virtually no army, but our people have all the time to rearm and fight. The Malian people are not made by colonization. We have a deep history. France will have a time, but the truth will have all the time." End of the quote. My dear friends, one of the reasons why Mali broke it with France is that the political France, but also the political West, that is to say that the Western political elite, and particularly the French, has not yet freed itself from the colonial complex, from the concept, or maybe from the intellectual pettiness of superiority towards other men, toward people different from them, and who have at one time of history been under their domination. Even the recent Ukrainian crisis has shown that the Western political elite is not as free of racial issues. While the African refugees were blocked at the European borders, Ukrainian refugees were welcome, enjoying a special treatment because they were neither Black, nor Arab, nor French, nor English speaking, but simply white like them. I'm not making anything up. They said it themselves without compromise in the press. So this is the first time, the first thing that we must understand. The racism that is professed against Black population in the West is also exported and exercised in the African policy of the Western world on African continent. And France is no exception. This is something that the French political elite has displayed quite naturally in its public statement. And today, in the Western press, as they talk about the anti-French feeling or manipulation of public opinion about Russia, by Russia, I would like to share with you what it does not say by submitting to you the following statement. It's not Mali that disdains France, but it's the political France, I repeat, political France, that has disdained Mali and is paying the price today. The welcome given to the French intervention in 2013 showed Mali's gratitude toward it. But between 2013 and 2022, so this year, France has changed its face twice in Mali. So when I say that it has changed its face, I am talking about the decisions, words, and action by France that were not in line with the Malian expectation and or with the official vision of its own intervention in Mali. And this new image of France that once makes people talk about anti-French feeling, France has shaped it itself through its own word and action. Dear colleagues, allow me please to share with you 5 words of French officials that Malians have not forgotten. 5 words that Malians understand that that made Malians understand that France was not a sincere partner and was playing a game, as the former minister and writer Seydou Badian Kouyaté said. In 2013, when Mali was going through the security crisis, France was calling. And the French president at this time, François Hollande, said that he will be inflexible on the date of presidential election in Mali. This election had led today, as you can see, to another coup d'etat and additional instability. Inflexible, he said, this is not only a disregard for that, but also a denial of Malian sovereignty. Second example, let me give you a second example of their words. As you know, Mali's war against terrorism followed an armed Tuareg independence uprising in 2012. Jean-Yves Le Drian, current French Minister of Foreign Affairs, but at this time Minister of Defense, openly stated that the Tuareg are our friends. This is the second problem, because the Tuareg separatists were considered to be hostile to the Malian state because they threatened the Mali with partition and perpetrated massacre against Malian army and also exertion against civilians. So question here, if France officially says that it's friends, it is the friend of those who Malian state consider to be its enemy at this time, what does French logically become for the Malian state? Let's move forward. Another intervention that supports this French perception of Mali is that the French general Jean-Bernard Pinatel, who said that the situation in Mali will only stabilize if Bamako agrees to change the status of Azawad, because he said the Tuareg and the Fulani will always refuse to submit to the blacks of the South. If you did not understand what he said, I will explain it to you. It meant that the Mali should give up a part of its own territory, which French had officially come to prevent, and grant independence to the Tuareg, the white Tuareg, since they will never submit to the black of the South. Do I really need here to say that this view has a racist background? We have 3 species actually, and we already have 2 elements, racism and condescension. Another speech of this type is that the French Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2012, Alain Juppé, who spoke with the French National, in the French National Assembly and used the term victory of Tuaregs over Mali, as if they were not Malian. Here we have actually another element, the negation of Mali as a nation. So actually, should we even add those speeches that, for example, Sarkozy said in Dakar that Africa has not made enough history, or of Emmanuel Macron, who demand that the African president of the Sahel states, including Mali, to come to France and to clarify their position with respect to the French intervention in their own country. My dear friends and colleagues, there are no anti-French feelings, because one cannot dissociate the rejection of French policy from the very attitude of French leaders towards Africa. And this rejection cannot be dissociated from the major political question that Mali and all of Africa is addressing to France, in particular, the relation of domination in the exclusive interest of the West, and the obvious imperialism that animates their discourses and their actions. Since its arrival in 2013 in Mali, French action have been faithful to the speeches that I've just shared with you. And now we are coming to the second statement. Point. France has gradually detached itself from the status of partner of Mali in the reconquest of its territory, which is actually the ultimate objective of the French mission, to finally actually position itself as an actor of its own rights, with its own objectives, and having an approach independent of that of Mali on its own territory. So this explains above all why France opposed the Malian state in the recapture of the Kidal region, preventing the Malian army from entering the city under the pretext of avoiding genocide against the Tuareg. At this very moment, a new element added to the suspicion of French sincerity. It was no longer we have heard. It had become now we see. After several years of cooperation in the fight against terrorism, Malians are not unanimous, by far not unanimous, about the effectiveness of French actions. The terrorist threat, which was particularly prevalent in the north of Mali, of the country in 2012, has moved down to the center of the country with a multitude of massacres and generalized insecurity that has encouraged the multiplication of self-defense militia. And in addition to the suspicion about the sincerity of its operation, questions have been raised about French effectiveness. One moment was decisive, in my opinion, in identifying French as a part of the problem rather than a part of the solution in the Malian crisis. The current Malian Prime Minister of the transition and ex-minister of previous Malian government stated that France had created an enclave in Kidal region from which it was training armed men to attack the Malian armed forces. Moreover, I remind you that the former president of Niger, Issoufou Mahamadou, also complained years ago about the status of Kidal region, believing that this is the place where actually was coming from the attacks on the Nigerian territory. So can you actually imagine the gravity of such an accusation? And moreover, that comes from the Prime Minister of Mali. Dear colleagues, Malians are neither blind nor deaf. They have heard everything, they have seen everything, and they know how to be discerning. So to move and to conclude my intervention, let me ask a simple question. What has Mali learned after 60 years of independence, but also from this decade of close military collaboration with the West and particularly with France? Number one, that France's project in Mali was incompatible with Mali's project of sovereignty. Number two, that Mali, in order to defend its territories and its sovereignty, must ally itself with its old friends, those who respect it as a people and as a state, those whom the father of Malian independence and socialism, Modibo Keita, called the friends not to be forgotten: Russia, China, India, Turkey. In 60 years of independence, Mali has seen and experienced quite all what the West had to offer. Development aid, which for 60 years has brought nothing to Mali's development, but more dependence on the West. Structural adjustment of the International Monetary Fund, the colonial debt, the franc CFA, and racism. So the choice that Mali is actually making today is not a sentiment. This trajectory can be explained, and it's logical. By turning toward the East, Mali is also anticipating future challenges. Mali knows that the West is going to increase its strong economic pressure on Africa, notably to free itself, at least in a part, from its strong dependence on Russia's natural resources, in particular on countries holding strategic raw materials such as gas, oil, and gold. I remind you that Mali produces gold, and that the north of Mali, a zone falsely claimed by the Tuaregs, independence fighters, friends of France, according to the current French minister, Jean-Yves Le Drian, is a zone with proven gas and oil potential studied by geologists. So Mali has changed its partner because it has also understood one thing: Africa is suffering from the domination of the West, but Africa, and Mali in particular, depends less on the West than the West depends on Africa. During the former president, French president, Jacques Chirac said that more on or about half of the money in their pockets come from the exploitation of Africa for centuries, by inciting the French and Western political class to give to Africans their due if they want to avoid the worst political convulsions. Mali has understood one more thing, that Africa is potentially rich and that the West is potentially poor, and that consequently its poverty, its own poverty, is due to the fact that the West has found a way to fill its potential poverty by dominating Africa. My dear friends and colleagues, this is actually what I want to share with you today. I hope I have not been long, and that I have been able to explain the logical element that explain the hijacking of Mali by the West, contrary to the feelings and manipulation that you have been led to believe in. I thank you once again for the invitation and remain at your disposal for any question. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It was very, very instructive for us, for me, and I'm sure for my friends and colleagues. Unfortunately, we do not know enough about Africa. We do not sufficiently know about Mali. So it was a good point to start. We shall go on. Thank you very much. Is there any questions to Mr. You call yourself Ömer or Omar? How do you call yourself?
Yes, Omar. Omar is the same.
We say Ömer in Turkish.
It's
Ömer is a
perfect.
very popular name, of course, in Muslim countries and in Turkey as well. Dear guests, you have any questions to our dear participants, Mr. Ömer or Omar from Mali? No. So you have explained so good, so perfectly that, once again, Professor Desai.
Well, I just wanted to say it was thank you. It was a brilliant presentation. And again, this is a slightly tangential question, but one of the things that I'm always interested in is the cracks in the unity of NATO countries. And given that in Mali, France is often acting on its own, how do you see French actions in Mali fitting in or not fitting in with a wider NATO strategy vis-a-vis Africa and vis-a-vis third world countries?
What I actually see is that the French, I think also, you may have heard about this information. A couple of days ago, Mali has definitely left the military agreement with France. So actually, the French, in fact, has 3 agreements with Mali. They had military agreement. They had the agreement on the Balkan, which took place after the Serval operation. And they had also a 3rd agreement about the Takuba force, which is the European task force that have been pushed by France. So actually, Mali left all 3 agreements just a couple of days ago. And this means that this comes back to the very essential question that I've been pointing out, because there is a question of their own attitude toward Mali, but not only toward Mali, that people are seeing. In fact, there have been a moment where the population were not claiming the same thing that the government. Especially in Mali, I can tell you that years before the Malian government went to sign an agreement with Russia, there have been a petition of over 4 million Malians signing and calling for Russia to intervene in Mali. So there is a social pressure in Mali, but not only in Mali, but in Burkina, in Niger, in other regions, calling for other partners, because the French intervention in Mali haven't given enough and sufficient results according to what the population were expecting. In 10 years of intervention in Sahel, in Mali, French intervention haven't been able to actually face the security challenges. And there is also something interesting, and there is a French researcher also who was analyzing the different interpretation from French officials themselves about their own military operation. For example, regarding Balkan, they said in the beginning, we are coming to eliminate terrorist threat. Then they moved from eliminating terrorist threat, they came and talked about we are trying to contain it. You see, it's different. And there are really different interpretation from them regarding this intervention. So when it comes to Mali, French is like the one representing the Western side, the NATO strategy. But this actually, I think Mali has understood it. I've seen there is not sufficient result. And for maybe not once in 60 years of independence, but actually Mali has took the responsibility of its own destiny. And now they are not aligning on what friends could like or not like. They are doing what is good for their people. This is why this government, the transition government, is more popular than even elect presidents that have been removed by coup d'etat. So I don't know if I replied to your question exactly, but if you have anything also to ask, I'm here for that.
Thank you. Mr. Chris from South Africa has also a question. Yes, please go on.
No. Thank you very much, Omar. I appreciate the input that you gave. Just a very good elaboration of what we have been following in that region. I think there are two things for me. One is understanding that the crisis in Mali has created a rupture in West Africa, and the role of ECOWAS, the AU, and their official positions trying to distance Mali from, etc., etc. But connected to that is also an internal thing for Mali about, I should think there are discussions in Mali about a timeline towards a transition from, I can understand, the military is playing a particular role, but there are other political formations that are there, and etc. And if there is a timeline and a trajectory towards some kind of elections in the near future that could bring about normality, bring things together. I think those were points, but I would also like to have your contacts. If you like, you can drop them in the chat. Thank you very much.
Merci. Definitely. Thank you. This was a contribution, or you would like also to a reply to this question? Actually, Malian situation with the ECOWAS has not shown a particular rupture, but has revealed also the role of ECOWAS itself in the region. It's quite funny, but things are so easy to see and to understand that people don't even need to have a PhD in international relationship to understand what is going on. In ECOWAS, for example, I don't know, like a couple of months ago, when the ECOWAS has put sanctions on Mali that were illegal, actually, and even the UEMOA, Monetary West African Economic Organization courts has asked to suspend, and juridically to suspend the sanction that ECOWAS has put on over Mali. We heard the French president saying that he will call like the ECOWAS leader to like push on something. This was public. Everybody saw it and seen it. So about the question internally dealing with the elections, in fact, I think there is one thing that the Malian authorities inside have understood this time, is that if we don't resolve the very essential questions that are leading every time to coup d'etat, we will never finish with this. And there is something interesting that the Malian prime minister used to say. He said that we will make the process of sovereignty, how to say it, impossible to take back anymore. Like to remove it.
Irreversible.
Irreversible, exactly. That's the word I was looking for. And that if we do this, then we will be quite sure that the people who will come and take power after us won't be dealing with with terrorism or with separatism or with any other countries like putting pressure on Mali, but will deal with the essential development question to just help Mali to grow and be a nation and a state in the region. Because actually we for years we have been not really independent, and this is something that we have understood.
Okay, thank you. I think we are just about at the end of the session. If you have any other questions to our participant, Mr. Ömer. If not, let me close the session. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you, to the participants from 5 continents, if I'm not wrong. And we shall go on with this project, NINTO project, New International Order project. And I would like to remind you that we are going to have another meeting at this October, coming October 2022. We shall let you know the exact time in a few days, and we'll wait for your proposals, for your ideas, etc. So it's a collective work that we all are responsible. Thank you very much. It was our pleasure, and see you in the future. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Allah ısmarladık.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.